Hello, y'all. How is it going? Today is Tuesday, and that means it's time for yet another full playthrough type stream where I do a full playthrough of a game, one at one stream at a time, and eventually get through it. Right now, I'm going through Mario Odyssey. I don't know why I introduced it in a odd manner, but right now, I am playing through Mario Odyssey 100%. Last time, I got to hear the Mushroom Kingdom. Basically, I did, I did the game world peace style, getting just what I need, and then going right forward, to the next world as soon as possible. And as a result, we've gotten all the way here to the post game, essentially. And now we can start revisiting kingdoms. And also, I'll say, for what it is worth, let me get that coin. I'll say, for what it is worth, we are 118 moons away from going to Darkside, the first optional post-game world that you can unlock and do a challenge thing at. And I think that is how we will end tonight. That'll be the goal for this here stream, to get at least 100 more moons and be ready for an end, essentially, on that whole dark side challenge. That said, I'll say I am absolutely open to spending even more time tonight doing. Where does this go? Is that the snow? We'll find out later. I am absolutely open to spending even more time tonight, getting even more moons than are strictly required in order to get us, even more better positioned for next time. Like, imagine if this time we could do Dark Side, and if next time we could do Darker Side. That would be a thing. That would require us maybe to, in the case of Dark Side, to collect twice what we collected last time, today and also next week. But we'll see. Maybe all these moons that are left are gonna become fast and furious now that we have nothing stopping us from just collecting everything we damn well see, everything we see, and just completing all these fucking worlds. That to me sounds like a good idea. I am excited. I am ready to go. I am this is gonna be, I think, a fun thing. A fun night, I should say. I have two things I want to touch on before we begin proper. Um, First off, I bought an LED lamp, and that's gonna add a little extra lighting to the whole couch situation here. You can see, especially if I zoom out here, there's a little bit of a the couch has a shadow on the green screen, and I got this lamp, and basically it's gonna light up the green screen and get rid of that shadow. You can see it especially if I switch back and forth between lamp and no lamp, lamp, no lamp. This is gonna help, uh, you know, keep the background from showing, and also it sort of lights me up a little bit on my left side here, which is pretty nice. I can also make it brighter. Ooh, probably shouldn't. It should be as bright as it was. I can make it more blue. Oh wait, no. I can make it like more blue and more orange. I'm not sure what is correct on that front. Blue or orange doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. I can also like brighten it, though. If I brighten it too much, there'll be a big white spot and on it'll show through as a big white spot, which is not good at all. So I'm thinking not too bright is best. Let's try it like that. I think that looks good. And I think this is going to improve the lighting situation in general. Having a bit of lighting there. I'll say I have no equivalent for the desk area. I probably should, because there at the desk area there is a bit where the shadows sort of conspire to hide part of the green screen, which is a bit of a shame, really. Bit of a shame. Second thing, I want to do an N64 online stream on Thursday. A shorter stream, I imagine. But basically, I just want to check out Lemmy's fucking balls, whatever the fuck, and Extreme G. I've never heard of either of those games before, and people say they're okay. So I'll probably spend like an hour or two trying them out. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna put that at the normal Thursday time, and I hope it's, you know, a short enough stream where after it's pretty easy to just take care of the VOD on that Thursday night. I think that'd be nice. It's nice to deal with a VOD before the next day, rather than having to deal with it, you know, during my Friday workday. Anyway, that covers the upfront stuff. That covers what I wanted to cover. New lamp, stream on Thursday. Let's do it. Here we go. Mario Odyssey 100% continued starts now. Anyway, today, I'm thinking I'd like to do the lap. I'd like to lap around all the worlds using the portraits. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these portraits that basically go around the whole gamut of worlds in a big circle. And I want to go around to each world and collect moons as I go around from one to the next. And I'll also do, like, normal stuff, like getting moons along the way at every stage of things. Ah, geez, we have to throw... There are a bunch of fucking seeds here. There's a bunch of fucking sprouts to do, huh? It is worth noting that there are, like... There are 800 moons in this game, over. So, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of some activities, so... Get used to chasing some rabbits. Get used to, collecting coins. Yeah, power moons come in other shapes, it's true. We got 25 of the, these nice little coins here from Mushroom Kingdom. I feel like you need, like, a bike or something to do this properly. I have a memory of a bike. Bah, that's fine. So are these all the seeds that that can have, They must be. I'll say, it's weird that this world doesn't have any music, but, it's fine. I have said before that I think that, Mario Odyssey's soundtrack is amazing, but I guess sometimes it just doesn't have a soundtrack, or doesn't have music. I will probably say that's a weird choice. I think it's better to have music than not have music. Oh, right, yeah, here's the bike. Let's do some... I feel like I should be able to do like a Skyward Sword style, I got a nut here for you. Am I supposed to break the nut open, maybe? I bet I'm supposed to break the nut open. This nut is not a seed, but it might have a seed inside of it. I feel like I broke the other nut open somehow, and that unveiled a seed that I could plant. Maybe not. Okay, we're gonna worry about that later. Jump on this old motor scooter. Do this, this race again. How about... So, for these, we have to have Yoshi. To get the apples, we have to get Yoshi. Yoshi, who is on top of the building, like he is in Mario. Oh, right, there's where the nuts go. The nuts give you a beanstalk, that's right. How silly of me to forget the beanstalk gimmick. I guess that's the thing about this level, having just like every gimmick, every mechanic under the sun, is that you can confuse a couple of them. No big deal though, I figured it out pretty quick like. Now, I think these are like refights of a bunch of the bosses. I forget if these are moons, or if these are just for like shits and giggles. But I bet we can do them real easy, like. I bet this one is not hard. I mean, how can you make a hard version of this fight? Let's skip. See, this is easy. I just gotta hit the blocks. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Just a little bit of a circle for me to dodge. It wasn't even close. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, jeez. Why did I start at... I started at, 2 health there. Maybe I should have started at full health. Just like that, okay. I feel like the key will be to... Oh, God. Oh, it didn't make a wave that time. Cool. Yeah, okay. Stand close to the guys and you're just under no danger. Beautiful. Alright. Fuck! That was last hit, too. I don't think we need to do those. I think they're optional. I'm gonna not do them for now. We'll come back and do them at, like, I don't know, towards the end game. Let's focus right now on some more, like, doable moons. You know what I mean? Like, let's just get all the low-hanging fruit that exists, and then as we'll go forward, you know, do more and more, fruit that's out of reach. And knowingly so. This is our first sheep. Wait, no, that's not where the sheep goes. That's a well. Need every coin, right? So if we see a coin, we need to grab it. every purple coin, I think, for collectibles and also a Toadette, which means it's required for 100%. Philosophically, it would be required for 100%, even if it wasn't being counted, because obviously 100% includes everything. Okay, I feel like this might be a place where a sheep should not be. I don't know if this is a good place for a sheep to be. I'm gonna leave that sheep for now. There's a dory with some coins. You know what I see? I think I see a pipe. I betcha that pipe low hanging. I bet that pipe is a low hanging moon. Nope, not at all. This is not a low hanging moon at all. This is a regular, moderately high hanging moon. That might not be required, I'm not sure. Let's table that. Table that. If we spend all our time on, like, the hardest moons, we'll never do 100 tonight. That is, my thought. You the sheep farmer? 6? Oh my god, that's so many. I'll say that is, that is a thing that is, annoying? A lot? The sheep mission has always been perhaps the most troublesome of the like moon types you can run into, because it's multi-part, it's hard, it takes time, it's slow. I was about to say those first ones were easy. Hold left. Nice. It's something really fun, I'll say. You know, as we're starting in on our whole loop situation. It's fun in this game. You can like zoom in on something, right, and get a that thing. That's a thing, isn't it? Zoom in. And you'll see a guy in a wave. Pretty. I want to get up to the roof. That's what I want to do. Okay. Those rats? Those are rats. Not. You're not a moon or a star. Okay. Let's go up here and go get our friend Yoshi. Should we drain the moat before we bring Yoshi down? Too late. What is this? This one is. This one is a big pole to climb. Right. And is this for a moon? Huh? What was the point of going up all the way here? Just to see all of the Mushroom Kingdom? It's nice. I see a rocket. Oh, I should do all the Yoshi stuff now. Grab this star. Do you think we need to drain the moat to do Yoshi stuff? Also, if we just grab Yoshi. Maybe the moat draining is more for the Goomba situation. Because Goombas also can't swim. I don't think. Eat some fruit. Wait, I'm thinking of Sunshine. Honestly, Yoshi might be able to swim. He might be able to swim a little bit, rather than just, say, melting. It'd be funny if he did melt. That'd be a nice reference to, you know, Sunshine. That I have completely forgotten about if it's the case. You should be able to lick up you should be able to lick up the, them, you know, the sheep. And then, deliver them that way. That'd be cool. We have so many purple coins now, it's great. We're going to be able to buy, perhaps, some of the best costumes in the game. What do you think? Yoshi, swim or not swim? I'm gonna bet he can swim. Nope! He should have burst forth in a painty explosion. But I guess no one else does, so that'd be silly. This is very much like the part of, this is very much like the part of Banjo-Kazooie where you drain the moat, in, Gobi Valley. I say the moat, one of the moats. I wonder why they decide on the parts of outside Mushroom Kingdom in Mario 64. I wonder why they decided on that being musicless. Like an odd choice, in retrospect. This guy just telling us that, yeah. I already found out about that last time, so it's cool. Take the rocket up. We got 75, that's a lot. Let's take the rocket up to this, bonus area. Well, this is, I think, the first rocket that we're doing in this, playthrough. I think last time we didn't do a single goddamn rocket. How's the audio, by the way? 100% fine. That's perfectly good. Okay. Just gonna turn down my headset a bit. I think this is I'll say, obviously they're not all like this. Usually, they're like a platforming challenge, but whatever. I get it, it's like Mario Party. Oh, it's not like Mario Party at all. I got a feeling... What? I got a feeling that was wrong, but it's locked in now, so ooh. Maybe it just looks wrong without these eyebrows of mine, which of course, are here and here. I need a nose. Nose goes around here. Perfectly good place for a nose. Need a mouth. How high up is the mouth? This looks wrong. Sure. You know what the problem is? The problem is I don't have a mustache yet. Once the mustache goes in, it'll look normal. That's definitely not what Mario's must. It's upside up. But not intersecting with the hair. I think I got a Goomba eye. Yeah. Okay, give me another shot at that. Okay, so the eyebrows sort of intersect the hat. The mustache sort of juts against the hair. We can just go ahead and place these while we're thinking about this in mind. You know, hey, this is good. I'm getting some practice. I'm remembering how this works. And also, learn that Mario is not a Goomba. Don't use the Goomba situation. This looks like a, the eye for this side. I guess the question is the circle on the... No, these eyes look the same way. It doesn't make a difference. I think it's like this or like this. I think it's more like this. I think we might got it. Nope. Fuck. That's fine. Turn this mouth upside down and place it, and that should do the trick. 71 points. Yeah, that's Mario. There's not like a... Shit. Okay, we gotta do 80 now. Thick end in. Thick end in. And also the eyes are looking inward. And their circles are on the top. Oh my god! It wasn't kidding, this is gonna be harder. Trying to like... Trying to like picture all the things I placed down so that we were putting them relatively close to them. Oh, jeez. Let's see if we can do this first try. The nose, I just don't know which way it's supposed to face. You think there's a... there might be a version of this in another world that we haven't been to yet. I forget, where you get to see the pieces as they disappear. Okay, 80 points. Ah! That is close enough. Good enough to government work. I hesitated because does Mushroom Kingdom have a government? And then I thought, well, government is not a word that is exclusive to democracies. Princess Peach is a government agent. So, you know, as a princess and all. Let's go dress up like a retro style. I think this might low-key be one of my favorite costumes in the game. So I am absolutely going to grab it. Ow. Right now-ish. And then wear it for a time. Perhaps until I get another outfit in a later world. I bet I'll get another outfit in another later. Do I have to do a quiz for this guy? Flattened box. There you go. 8-bit music, give me a moon. I guess if during that boss fight against the fella, the octopus, if you want to get that 8-bit version of it, you have to like duck into a hole right then. I guess you could also do it during the refight, during the whole refight in the portrait. Another option there for us to remember that we have. It's nice we now have music. Hey, give me this. Yeah, this is the good shit. This is the good shit. Oh, fuck yes. Yeah. Let me buy a bunch of this crap. I need as much crap. I need all this crap for a Toadette moon, so... Yeah, just load me up, Toad. You do need the rest of the coins in the world. I may! It's a goddamn good costume. Whee! Where's the music thing again? How do you do music? Like down on the D-pad or something? No, that's... Is it lists? Music. How do I do music? How about we just not worry about it? I'm sure it'll turn off when when the mood is right. Or like when we change screens or something. I'll Google Music Odyssey help if it or I could talk to the music guy again. Right. I think at some point, don't you get like a list of where every moon is on the map, or is that just for the for the bonus stars that they add? I could have sworn that you get a list of every moon. Eventually. Whatever the case may be, we got some sheep to deliver. Where? Well, I don't really remember. Sheep are not low-hanging fruit. Let's, how about we jump into that, hole? We'll do this bit. I think this is one of the harder platforming challenges in the game. Remember this one being difficult. So in this one, we exist in a sliver that moves forward, auto-scrolling style. And if we fall out, that's it. I'll say that, this game don't have, like, the tightness of, like, Mario Maker 2, or Wonder, or any of the proper platformers, of 2D platformers, honestly, but the 2D sequences are fun. They add a little bit of variety to the proceedings, and it's nice to see 2D renditions of every Mario what you can play as. I wonder if people struggle with realizing that you can run across these fellas so long as you keep running. Like, that seems like the kind of thing that people wouldn't know necessarily. Yeah. Here we gotta jump over these fellas. Or, wait, we can duck as well. We already got the moon, beautiful. First try. I'll tell you, should be first try, unless I die here. Let's be very careful as to not die here. Perfect, okay. I'll say it was not my first try when I played this way back in the day, you know, when the game first came out. That was definitely many, many tries, actually. Quite a few. We got 10 moons so far. Not sure if we're behind schedule, if we're looking to clear 100 by the end of the stream here, but whatever. Let's just not worry about it. Play the game. What is this? Oh, it's the room. Shit. I did not note the order in which they go. Should I just leave and come back in? Yeah, I guess I'll just leave and come back in. Okay. Oh, hey, also. Hat on star gives me a star. That's right. Okay, this time we're gonna get it because I have cheekily cheated. Or not, it's not a cheat, it's just a option that the game reminds you that you have in other contexts that we can now use here. This is telling us that this one is first. That was the game's little hint. So it sort of goes like, then it goes across the way, then it goes across and to the two corners, basically. Okay. It's actually not a very complicated pattern. You just have to know that, wait. Oh. I guess I didn't know that this one was later. Thought I had to go out into the grass at this point. Why don't we do a card? Do a card. Do a card right now. Follow up on my ma. During the viewer level stream last week. My ma showed up, apparently on the YouTube side. I talked to her about that later, and she told me that apparently the YouTube algorithm recommended it to her out of the blue, and then she realized, oh shit, that's me. It seems very odd to me. Like, what the fuck? Like, how exactly did that happen? YouTube algorithm is a very mysterious thing, and, well, you know, my ma does not watch video game content, does not really do video games, like, at all. Maybe, like, a round of Jackbox aside, that's more of a family thing, you know. Does not engage in any of that content. She mostly likes, street stuff, like traffic. She was the other day watching a stream where someone, there's apparently a British intersection where people often go into the other lane to, like, get around a corner and go the wrong way. And there's a guy who, like, goes out into traffic and, stops them and says, like, hey, you're not supposed to go this way. And he streams it. She likes stuff like that and, like, accidents. Which is very different from Mario Maker viewer levels. I'll say, like, the only thing I can think is, like, well, I know that the YouTube algorithm sometimes recommends me my own content because, you know, I end up watching it to get timestamps sorted out and all that, and, like, thumbnails oftentimes, which means that apparently it thinks, like, I am a prime example. And I do know, like, that I have watched, like, one or two YouTubers that she has put me onto, right? Like, I've mentioned before, I like a certain Universal Studio streamer named of Rickflix, and my mom was the one who first started watching them in preparation for a trip, and then we, you know, watched some of him together to, like, you know, prepare and shit. And that is the only thing I can think of, that somehow it got theme park from my stream, and thought it was adjacent that way. That's, I gotta say, swing and a miss. Still, it was whatever, you know, hey. Apparently she watched a little bit and went to bed. No big deal at all, it just was a funny thing. I had told her, you know, I told her that I've been doing streams, but I said it on Twitch. I guess the last time we talked about it was before YouTube streams were a thing. And, you know, she doesn't know Twitch, but she knows of YouTube. Everyone knows of YouTube. Ugh. Really, to me, I just think about the algorithm and go like, now, how the fuck did that happen? How the... You know... I've seen videos basically being like, okay, well, look. I looked at the demographics of the people watching my video, and they are all different from what I expected. You know, it seems like a lot more older / middle-aged than... You know, I've seen YouTubers complain about that stuff, right? And say like, I want... Or, they don't say I want. They say like, well, as a gaming YouTuber, I expect my audience to be quite young. So, like, 60-year-olds? I don't know why the algorithm is choosing to surface it to them and not the video game-loving crowd. And, yeah, my ma is not the kind of person... I'll say, like, there are probably older people who are interested in that sort of thing. But, like, just straight up, other than it being related, my ma would not be interested in such things. You know? Like, it is clearly a swing and a miss. Though, if YouTube somehow was able to determine that we were related somehow, hats off to YouTube. I don't think there was any... I don't see any connection between me and her as far as that goes. You know, as far as YouTube would be aware. Like, the only thing I could think as far as, like, how YouTube would know... I mean, the only thing that, like... I've emailed her a couple times for, like, oh, I need a document sent to me. Send me a document. Okay. So, Gmail might know that the relationship, but would Gmail tell YouTube? Maybe. You know what? They are the same fucking company. Maybe that's not like a breach of privacy. I don't fucking know. Weird thing. Go fucking figure. Now, over there. You think these save? I wonder if these save. I hope these save. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Tied for top 2. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say they do save. And it's very nice about it. If they don't save, I'll be, sad. I'll be sad to realize it. Hello, dog. Can't really do a turnaround normal style with a nut in my hand. Here's one of the first nut moon that we got. Fantastic. Let's do the bonus game. Do you think Yoshi? Maybe Yoshi despawned. I'm not sure. I hope he didn't. I don't see Yoshi. Yoshi might have despawned. Shit. These or something? Pull these real fucking fast. Sheep. Where's the sheep? Okay, there's the sheep. Gotten a couple of the sheep. Let's just deliver the rest of them. Why not? I want to get Yoshi back. I want to finish off the fruit situation here. Want to do that, and then I'm thinking let's go. Only got 3. Let's finish off the Yoshi stuff in this level. Then let's start going to world to world after that. After sheep and Yoshi. Fun as a last transformation practically you get in this game is Yoshi. I say capture is the word. Turn around, bud. Turn around, buddy. Okay. 2 more sheep. Where are they? No idea. Off the top of my head. I could ride a scooter around. No, I can't. Captain went to the shop. Oh yeah, he did. I saw him. I probably need to say hello and get a freebie. Get a free moon from him. This world is weirdly tranquil. Like, short of like Mario Maker levels where they turn off the music, I can't think of anything that is quite this. Do 2 sheep at once. I can't think of anything that is quite this chill. I was thinking for a second, where did he go? If this guy despawns, I'll be very unhappy, considering how far we've fucking gotten him. You know, this guy would be nice to do in one, but this guy would be a nightmare if he were to despawn. I almost want to keep my eye on him, make sure nothing happens. I mean, I could bring them closer together to make sure one or both doesn't vanish. Not that there would be a draw distance in this game. Like, why not just have it be basically unlimited? I guess the answer is, dude, it's a Nintendo Switch. I know it looks really nice and really fluid, but it does have limits. And they're not that high. Sheep. Get in there. Give me my star. I feel like that should be a triple moon for the amount of work that we put in. But at this point, the denomination of moon barely matters. We need them all, and we need them all soonish. Are there any triple moons left in the game? Like, are there actually triple moons? I'm not sure that there are. We've done all the story missions. The story missions are usually the ones to have triple moons. Maybe some of these boss fights have triple moons at their ends. And of course, there's Dark Side. There's Darker Side. Does Darker Side have a triple moon? I think it does. I think they both do. They both hide a triple. Alright, now then. Here's what I want to do. I want to eat fruit. Eat all the remaining fruit. Then I'm going to open the pipe that leads to the mini area. And we're going to do that. And I think I'm ready to leave after that. I think that's enough for now for here. How the fuck do you get up there? This is not giving us height, is it? Can Yoshi climb beanstalks? Oh, mushroom jump, that's it. I think there's one more fruit left. Oh, I think it's the big fruit that's in the pipe, so let's go unlock that, that thing. What's this? What's this? What's this? Leave it, leave it, leave it. Pipe down here. There's a star and also a bonus area. Let's do it. Yoshi's second helping. Alright. Here we're gonna eat more fruits. But in a cloud area. I think this is the first time we're seeing these clouds in this whole thing. That can happen. No. It's not necessary that you're gonna encounter every individual type of moon when first they appear. Might encounter it way the fuck later. Which we did. Ugh. I'll say I'm a bit tired. Didn't get a ton of sleep last night. Work nights and all. I guess that's a bad sign, you know. That's just the idea of a work night means that I haven't necessarily gotten a ton of sleep. That is true, but also most nights are work nights. I'm not sure if that's the case everywhere. That's the case with basically everyone. Other than like those between jobs and such, who, you know, get to enjoy a brief interim. Though it's a stressful interim, I know, so it's the whole thing. We get both moons here. Let's look at the list. That was... Yoshi Feast in a Sea of Clouds. There's something else here. Down here, isn't it? Hey. Nice. Can we just round that up to an even 20 and then leave? I would like to do that before we leave. Even 20, then leave. Well. Free moon right here. Also, I could start buying moons as well. I need to do one purchase in each level. Let's cash in some more of our coins. Do we need to get 100% of every world's purple coins to shop them out? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, we're gonna need 9 more before we finish out this shop, which will be important in time. It's time now to start, traveling by use of portrait. I want to get up to a high number before I jump into the Odyssey and travel off. I want to see 100 moons plopping in there. I guess we get a fancy scene the first time we're traveling via picture. Snow Kingdom. That's our next destination here. And it's actually kind of nice. Like, hey, this whole world originally was pretty locked down. Does this just buy 1 hit or all the hints? Just buys 1 hint. Okay. So we have that as an option. We also pop down some amiibos. I guess that's how they do it for the non-additional moons. This is also, by the way, hey, our first place where we're running into a moon block. Where's the moon block? Can I, like, put a... Is it marked by a waypoint already? It's over there. This is our first time seeing a moon block. Once we find a moon block. You're not a moon block. What the fuck is the moon block? Yeah, I'm really cold as well. Here we go. Here's the moon block. Moon blocks, important things. What they do is they do a little cutscene, which you know what, we'll skip next time. They're the same every time in every world. Zooms up to the sky and releases a whole bunch more moons. What does that mean? Well, quite simply. So simply, there are now a whole bunch more moons. And they're marked on the map, so we can see that there's 2 in here. There's a bunch in the previous areas that we went to. I think this might be a rematch. Let's do it. Let's go. I got a bunch more cards, which I will pop out in the coming worlds. We're like an hour in, and I got like 10 of them. I got like 12 of them that I can pull. 10 or 12, I forget. Not that many, but also we got plenty. Shit! We're gonna have to bounce really good. Shit. You know, this is a 3-lap race. Can't we fucking catch up? We need to do better than 4th, goddammit. 3rd, okay. We got time. Jesus. Second, okay. Third. We're in the running. I wonder why there's 2 moons here. Do we have to do this twice? Jesus. I'm shaking here. One more lap. Oh, jeez. Ah! All right, this is good. This is looking good. I think we're gonna win. It's only been 2 minutes? Jeez, I feel like I've just been shaking the controller for 5. Ah! Please tell me that just gives me 2 power moons straight up. Or one of them is like on the ceiling or something. Class A. Oh no. Let me get a little drink before I go. I feel like I'm getting some green screen right here on my head. Let's turn that side light down a scotch. Might tweak the placement of it a bit. Not sure what can be done about that. So long as I'm not being chromed out. So long as there's not like... looks like there might be literal background seen through my head. I'll adjust going forward. I'll adjust that going forward. Maybe a little less, a little more color key prevention, spill overflow. That old chestnut. Okay, not off to a good start, but this happened last time too. Is this literally the same course? Yeah, we're losing ground here. 5th place is catching up. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Well, we can see it's 1st and 2nd now, so... Fuckity fuck. Come on! No! No. Ah. One more try. We can always come back for this later. This can be one of the harder moons that we perhaps save until we are desperate and out of things to do. How about I just time B rather than shaking? That might be a good idea. You know what? This is actually working a lot better. Maybe shaking was the wrong answer all along. I'm still gonna do it in desperation. When timing doesn't seem to be working for me. That corner was rough on me. I was in first for a second there. The key is bouncing on a downslope. That was bad. Oh, fuck. Maybe just bounce continuously. Just bound. Lots of bounding. Up. Up. I lapped a motherfucker. We lapped a motherfucker. That's good. Feel like that was only a few seconds different looking at what... I don't know. Maybe I was like 20 seconds off and I was looking at the world record or something. Who knows? We did it. Fuck out of here. I think let's go downstairs and try to get everything that's downstairs now. Ooh, though, hang on. Let's do this bonus room and then we'll go downstairs. Oh, is this one of the tracing things? I forgot that not all these bonus rooms are like... Not every door leads to a bonus room. Not every rocket leads to a bonus room. Neither. There's like a smudge in the ice where we need to walk. That's gotta be... Ooh, wrong snudge. But it's good enough. Do you have two of them for me? This guy might have two. Okay, shit. Second one. You know what? It's not a smudge. I don't think that was a smudge. I think it was a reflection. 99! Fuck yeah. We walked on ice. I hope to see some platforming challenges in one of these bonus rooms that we go into. Like the ones that are sunshine style, like it's gotta be a sunshine style one. I know I said we'd go inside, but this is the ultimate sunshine style level. Like look, it's even a floodless level. Essentially. I like when they make you give up your cap by putting it on a mannequin. That was a clever, flavorful idea. I love how it's always your choice. And you often have to do a thing under pressure while missing your... It is a very smart design. In a game full of very smart designs. and the cap sort of spins. It's a fun thing. There's a moon. What's that guy doing up there? Do I have time to say hello? No, I don't. That was foolish. I thought that penguin would be my friend. Ah, we're at the start. Let's pop a card and talk about what's on it. Just do it while I'm paused. Y'all ever have no energy and feel super bored? I'll say, sometimes I feel like that these days. You know, like on Sunday, last Sunday, this last Sunday. I was tired, had no energy for doing jack shit productive, and yet I just had no ideas as far as like, what could I play, what could I watch? Just drawing a blank, sitting back, doing nothing. And it's not like I don't have things to watch, things that I want to get done, right? Like I have a litany of things. I gotta clip up, I gotta like go through all my streams. I've let them pile up a bit and pull clips out so that, you know, they'll be clipified, and also so that I can use them as shorts down the line. I have been converting all my old video game reviews into, like, being at a new place, backlogged, and for that I've been rewriting them, and I haven't rewritten a single one in, like, a year. There's a lot of stuff I want to get around to. I could go out for a walk, but here's the thing. All those things require energy, and if you don't have energy, like, I'm looking for something like play a video game, or, like, watch a TV show without thinking about it too much. You know, eat something that's nice. I'll say I felt that sort of malaise pretty acutely. Honestly, when I was, like, between jobs last year, like, after a while, after I had been, you know, between things for a while, I had gotten to the point where I was just bored a lot of the time and not necessarily, like, coming up with things to do quite so much. You know, it's a thing. It is... I think one of the great ironies about, like, you know, having a to-do list, having things you want to get to, is just like, okay, you got time sometimes, but if you don't got the energy, the will, you know, the essential motivation to do anything other than what can be done from the comfort of the couch without any thought or while being fully reclined and all that. Gumption? Gumption is a good word for it, yeah. You're not in the mood, you can't do it. How you doing, plastic bags? I'm talking about how it's, I've been feeling a little lethargic recently, and I have a whole bunch of stuff I want to get done yet on, like, Sunday, Monday evening, Sunday all day. Just, not really coming up with anything that just like struggling to come up with something to do. While having just a whole litany of things that I want to do. What things require energy, you know? You ever feel that way? Bored, but listless? I mean, I suppose that's like the perpetual state while at work when things are slow, right? A sort of sense of, like, you know, of just, like, killing time. in a way that, of course, you know, killing time by doing your job in a productive manner, let me say. But at the same time, you know, just sort of figuring out, like, okay, well, I just did something good. What else can I do with the last half hour of the day? I suppose I can get some stuff set up on, you know, I'm not gonna talk about work and stuff. That's, something I prefer to keep to myself. How you doing, plastic bags? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I'll say it was kind of a boring weekend, other than the things what I did during it. I tend to do a bunch of stuff on, like, Saturday. You know, like going out, going for dinner with my folks. I say going for dinner, going over for dinner with my my folks. And Sunday, on the other hand, I prefer it to just be a do-nothing day. Yesterday, I had to go to the grocery store. That's a whole thing. That's a whole to-do. You know, going to the grocery store shopping for food. Oh, it's a whole... You know. Everyone knows. Let's go downstairs now. We did like 10 whole moons up there. Hell yeah. Do we have enough to afford clothes? Enough purple coins to afford clothes, I wonder? Oh yeah, there's only one clothes anyway. I'm gonna wear this. On another topic of, like, weekend-related stuff, I have another card here. I played Rivals 2. You might have seen that stream I did on Saturday, on which, like, the Rivals 2 beta started. Oh, jeez. Didn't mean to hit that button. The Rivals 2 is a sequel to Rivals of Aether, and it is now in beta. It is in beta, you see, so they are doing tests and shit. They are beta testing all that crap. And it's a Smash Brothers-like, you know, insofar as it's a platform fighter. And there's Princess Peach. We gotta say hello to her in every kingdom. So, I started that out, did a stream, went into online, got pretty savaged, I'll say. Mostly, I got my ass kicked because, look, I like Rivals of Aether a good deal, but the way I like to play it is not so serious. Mostly, I like to mess around with the workshop and just sort of idly play it, just out of appreciation for how it feels to play. Not necessarily learning combos and like, practicing. Or playing even one character. I don't really believe in having them. I don't really like... I feel like every character in Rivals of Aether, except for maybe Forsburn, who I don't really care for, is cool enough where I would always want to play a little bit of them. You know, like, they each have their own cool little mechanic. They're each well-made, and, well, I don't really like to choose favorites when they're all good. Especially when they're all good. That said, let's talk about Rivals 2, the second game, and, well, like I said, I got ravaged. I noticed some weird... I feel like maybe some inputs were being, like, were getting a little weird. I'm not sure if that was just me, but I did see on the Reddit someone else saying, like, I think my inputs are getting, like, fucked with. Which kind of makes me think that that wasn't just me. It is beta, it is very early, there's gonna be like a half dozen mores, and I'll say, after that stream, I only played a very little bit of Rivals 2. I pulled it up and decided to do like, okay, let me just fight some computer players so I don't you know, while I was fighting actual people, I was having to focus and to think just about surviving. You know, just like, okay, God, I need to make sure that my ass is not beat half to death with a combo that I cannot even follow with my eyes, because Jesus Christ, this fucker is just moving. It's just moving non-stop style, and I don't know how to deal with that. Motherfucker, just don't stop. But playing it just against bots, I was able to realize, like, it does feel different in a way that is a little uncanny, I felt. But you know, it is a 3D game that was a sequel to a 2D game, so they had to remake every character basically from scratch. And I guess that's just logical. If you're making every character from scratch, of course, they're gonna feel a little bit different. Ah, look at that. That's a secret there. I'll say, coming out of this beta, I have perhaps tempered my expectations a bit. And also, like, you know, like I said, I was really bored on Sunday. You would think that I would just, like, be plugging away at Rivals, too, but I played, like, you know, a few computer player matches and then thought, yeah, well, you know what? A lot of my favorite characters are not in Rivals 2 yet, and won't be until post-launch, because the next two are Orcane and Forsburn, who, you know, one of those is not my favorite, and the other one is just pretty good. But yeah, there's no Hodan, there's no Italis, there's no... a bunch of the characters I really, really like, and God only knows when they'll add them. And I think the two new characters are not the best. They're alright, but I'd probably put them mid-tier insofar as, like, how much I like them. You know, you can describe Loxodont as, like, he's sort of like a worse DDD, and DDD is not a character that I play in Smash Brothers, so, you know, there you go. What's her name? Fleet has a really good down air that is, like, the best down air that I think has ever been in a Smash Brothers game. Like, it's like a spike, but at range. You know, it's an arrow fired straight down. It kills. It fucking kills. It's amazing. But that's, like, her only kill move, so... Did he say if there's anything more we can do here? Not sure if there's anything more we can do here. Let me just pop out and pop back in real fast to see if he says that. Maybe this isn't a... Oh, there's totally a moon right there. I feel like she doesn't have that much in the way of kill moves, and also she's a little awkward insofar as, like, she doesn't really have a quick projectile she can throw out, you know? For comboing purposes, she has to do a bunch of, like, rushdown type shit. She has, like, a mechanic where she has, like, a resource that is limited. She has to earn it. And when she pops it, she can put a timed explosive on an enemy. And said time explosive is really weird insofar as, like, the timed explosive is weird because it can be transferred from player to player, similar to, like, Mega Man Side B. But this is a resource that you pay for, so why exactly is the premium thing that you are spending your time earning that you don't just get to use for free possibly come with a drawback if you end up letting them hit you back? I guess the idea is like, okay, this is gonna be really good for anyone who is, like, you know, using this to start a combo and then keeping them in a combo. It's just that, I don't know, I don't necessarily... I wouldn't say that I can so reliably do that. You know, I mostly just pick my shots and just be tenacious, be as tenacious as I can, and annoying as I can, and hope for the best. Which means that my strategy is not maybe the best fit for that character. Fucking... I have some mixed thoughts. I'll say that it does feel good. It does feel good. It feels different, but it does feel good different. I do think for now, I would prefer just playing Rivals 1, which is sort of a bummer. There are also, you know what, I should mention the whole fucking special moves situation. So they added shields and grabs to the game. Previously, the previous Rivals Aether didn't have either. And I've been really excited about that, you know, making it more Smash-like. And also really excited for 3 extra specials that they add to every character. One being a pummel special, where when you grab someone, you can pummel them with a special ability, basically, instead of a regular ability, if you like. Sort of a whole mechanic. There's also a ledge special, where if you use a special wall at a ledge, you get like a, you know, a special. Another get-up option, essentially. And also you have a get-up special, which you use when you're knocked prone on your ass, which you can manually enter if you like by hitting taunt mid-air. You can enter like a flail state. These special moves sounded really good at paper, but in a match where you are getting your ass kicked and the opponent is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, it turns out there's not that much time to, like, think about these things. You know what I mean? Like, take the pummel special, right? I've talked before about how there's a whole guessing game system where when you get grabbed, you sort of have to, the way that it works is that it's not based on smashing the button or mashing. Instead, you can do a regular pummel or a special pummel, and if the enemy hits the same button as you, they break out of the grab. The thing is, when you get grabbed and pummeled, it's like a half-second thing. Quarter-second, maybe. Like, it is over fucking fast. Before you know it... Did I get this moon up here? I forget. I think I did. Let's just confirm real fast. It is over before you fucking know it. Basically. And half the time I got grabbed, I didn't have time to think like, oh, are they gonna special pummel or regular pummel? I just hit A. Oftentimes because I was hitting A before. Or because even if I did realize I was grabbed, like my reflex is just to hit A when grabbed because of Smash Brothers. And similar, when I do a grab, it's very hard to remember like, oh, I can do a second thing. It's much easier to just instinct hit the A button. Or just throw in a direction without even pummeling once. I'll say I think that maybe these pummels should be like, I feel like a pummel, right? One small note. I feel like a pummel should be like 3 hits. Because in Smash Brothers, everyone always does 3 pummels. So to me, that looks the most natural when I see a pummel. You know, pump, pump, pump. Otherwise, like, in Rivals, it's just like, 1 single hit, and then they're done. And it's like, oh, what? Really? Okay. That, doesn't quite have the same impact, oddly enough. Go figure on, that account. Anyway, the same thing about the get-up special. It turns out when you're being comboed relentlessly, you don't have time to land on the ground and, like, you know, go into a prone state for half a second. Before you have time to use your get-up special, you're getting, like, your ass kicked further out into the sun, you know? You can't just... You can't just be... You can't just be spending your time, You can't be just landing on the ground in a prone state. You gotta, like, be on your feet. You gotta be teching that shit, like, every time. Or else you're just letting yourself be open to that shit. And the get-up specials are not that good to begin with. A lot of them are just, like, a slightly fancier version of a regular get-up attack. Some of them are quite good and probably worth using, honestly. Like, Zetterburns is really good, but mixing them in and remembering to just is not going to come natural for a bit. I'll say, my big, huge opinion coming out of that beta is like, you know, beforehand I was saying things like, oh, you know, the next beta is on my birthday. Why don't we do that as part of, you know, the birthday stream, do some Rivals 2. And I came out of that Rivals 2 weekend going like, nah. Once there's, I think that game will be most fun once it's complete, once it's polished, once, like, all the quality of life menu stuff has been gotten into a working state, and also once there's people on there who are my skill level. Like, you know, I have friends who I've gotten to buy Rivals 1, who are, like, you know, on my skill level or perhaps lower because they don't play as much as I do, even. I would love to fight, like, Turbucket, you know, subscriber of mine on the Twitch side, you know, Twitch subscriber. Good dude. I would love to play Turbucket some. That would be, I think, a good time. I think we cleared out this whole... Oh no, there's one more left in here. I bet it's in the race area. It's probably in the race area, isn't it? I think we left some in the race area to begin with, so this is all good. There might be a whole rematch here that we didn't do. I don't remember. So yeah, Rivals, I have a lot of mixed thoughts on it. I am still excited about that game, but my expectations have been tempered a fair bit. And, you know, I think it's got a bright future ahead of it once it gets more characters and, you know, comes up to feature parity with the original Rivals. And hey, eventually, if it gets a workshop, oh my god, that's going to be so good. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work with it being a 3D game and 3D being probably harder for most workshop creators than 2D, but I am not going to underestimate the people. Oh, I maybe didn't need to climb that. Oh, yes, I did. Works out. Very good. Okay, I got the one over there, right? That was just coins. Okay, so is there anything else in this area? Get to the top of that arch. Probably nothing. It's probably not there. I have a lot of mixed thoughts. Let me just make sure there's no rematch here. I think there's another moon here. Yeah, this will be like a rematch for one extra moon. Let's do it. And I think let's bounce. Let's bounce out of here. I mean, we're gonna bound. Let's leave. My expectations are tempered a bit. And that is sad, you know, as I'd said before that Rivals had been maybe my most anticipated game, but I am realizing that maybe it's going to be a very limited product for like the first couple years of its life as a new game. And, you know, I best not expect it to be the game the original one was until it's had time to mature and get a whole respectable roster going. I want to see Hodan. Hodan will not be in for a while though, I'm sure. It'd be a nice surprise if the leaks and stuff were not true and Hodan was the water returning character. But I don't think he is. I think that's Orca. Hodan, I think, might be my favorite character in the roster, in the originals roster. Let's get one more moon and then we bounce. Get up to like a nice even 35. Yeah, we got everything that's here. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and buy the moon here, so we don't have to go into the shop again. You know what? We still haven't gotten all the purple coins. We're gonna have to return here to buy all the collectibles for that Toadette moon. But so let's not just buy. Let's save all the purchase moons for like near the end. Let's have that be like one of the last things we do. Maybe that's a silly idea, but did I buy any yet? I think I might have bought some already last stream because I am just coming up with this in the spur of the moment. I think this is a fish. No, this is a fish moon. A moon that you need to be fish for? No, it's not. That was close. I like how all these moons are just out for the taking. It's just fun to run around and just pick them up as they come. After you get like the post-game power moons, more than ever, the worlds are just fucking packed with goodies. I'm realizing now I don't 100,000% know where the painting is. This takes us to the next world. Is it right here? No. I think it might be behind an ice thing. I've forgotten, maybe, where the, thing is. I wonder what world is next, also, coincidentally. Multiple questions. It's not like behind this, this thing that needs to get blown, right? Pretty sure it's not. Now, this looks suspicious. Ooh. Points. Oh, I can't not get a shine right in front of me. We're gonna have to drop this whole, I gotta stop being anal about, like, going out on the perfect amount of moons. Because that is just not going to be feasible for long, because I'm just gonna see something, and if I don't pick it up, that's silly, because I need them all. I need every moon eventually, so... There's no point in not. I felt like a nibble. I'm not sure what the... how you do this. Okay, these are nibbles. Oh, maybe I need to pull when I feel a nibble. That's a bite. Not a nibble, it's a bite. Okay, here we go. Motherfucker. Shake, shake. Pull, what, huh? Okay. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to, like, rotate the stick or pull back or... In any case, it's not that complicated, not that hard. Free moon! This one's just a freebie, it's just hanging out there. I love how this game, even if it's, like, most hard-ass levels, even if it's later levels, it's just like, yeah, no, here's just a moon hanging out in the open for you. You don't have to do nothing for it, just here you go. The reasoning is simple. It's, there's so many goddamn moons, there's no point in, like, being, like, precious about any single one of them. You know, and I love that. It allows you to have some longer moons that are, you know, fun to go for what it's worth. It's not like they're terrible. It also lets you have some shorter moons where you just literally run by them and get them. I'm guessing the speedrun, they just go right for... I mean, I don't know, maybe some of these are like post-game moons, but if these are viable in any percent, a lot of these, even if there's a storm, would be good to get. I reckon I need to grab that blowy guy and just place a block. Got it. We've now gotten 21 moons in this one world. This is not even a big world. All these worlds have so many goddamn moons, like... I say this isn't a big world, this actually does have, like... This is basically a Banjo-Kazooie style open hub area at the top that is, like, barely used for the original time you visit. And also there's, like, 4 individual little trial rooms that are more 3D world style downstairs, which are all fun and well thought out. I want to do that room so badly. I bet that's a good one. I want to do a lap. But also, I want to go where my heart takes me. This guy cannot go up. It has to be his high-up friend. His higher friend. How's it going? It's going good, Corn. How's it going? You like, Odyssey? You an Odyssey man? I went into a different secret area. I can't help myself. Making good progress today. Yeah, very, very good game. Oh, I would, you know. I've said before, one of my all-time top 2 favorite games. Top 5? Okay, yeah, okay. You said very good, which made me think, you know, very good. Like, that's something I would say about a game I gave a 4 out of 5, you know? It's a very good game. Top of all time, like, that usually, I think, is a little more effusive. You know, people are a little more effusive about such things. It's top 2 for me. Up there with DKC2. I don't ask me to choose between those two. I have for the last several years refused to, and I plan on continuing to refuse to. I mean, I'll say this game is a lot more expansive than Donkey Kong Country 2 on account of it's a much newer game. It's kind of open-worldy. It's massive in scope and has an unbelievable amount of things to get. Whereas there is, admittedly, nothing unbelievable about DKC 2. But I do think Mario Odyssey does have flaws. There are flaws in it, you know, with the shaking. Thoughts on the Galaxy games? I really, really like them a lot. I really. That almost sounds like it's like I'm being reluctant about to say. I'll say I think it's just shy of love for me with the Galaxy games. They are definitely some of the best 3D Marios. How about that? They are objectively better than Sunshine. Sunshine somehow has a outsized place in my heart. So I'd probably put Sunshine over the Galaxy games. But objectively, even I gotta say that is a that ain't it. You know, that's not right. Oh my god, the block unpushed itself. That's some bad luck. It's really cool. I'll say about Galaxy. It's really goddamn good. Did you see like a weird visual slash? I saw that on my TV. If y'all saw it, I also saw it. It's intended. Game doing whatever. I'll say it's really cool in the Galaxy games how they made a whole game around the best parts of Sunshine. Like, that was just really, really smart. To take those floodless sections and blow them out into basically an entire game of that. Oh, I was gonna get that bonus room. But here we are at the gate to go to the next level. Let's go! I've been looking for this gate for a bit, this portrait. Where's the next level? Is that Cascade Kingdom? I think it might be Cascade Kingdom. It is Cascade Kingdom. What do you know? I'm really not sure the order that this loop goes in, but I'm glad Cascade Kingdom is on the loop. I don't think Bonneton is the Cap Kingdom. I think that one is left out, and there might be others that are left out as well. Like Lost Kingdom is not on the thing. Let's knock down a telephone pole. Is it a telephone pole? No. It's a power... Did we stop calling them telephone poles at some point? You know, because we don't use them for telephone anymore? Or are they still telephone poles? Kids today, they don't know. Oh, fuck. You know what? I didn't activate the, I need to activate the cube. Thank you for the subscription. The YouTube subscription. I'm sorry I don't know how to read Arabic. I think that was Arabic. Thank you, thank you. I can't, you know, I just don't know enough even to make heads or tails of, like, how you would begin to pronounce that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Let me have another look at that on my, thingamajig. Yeah, there's not like an English, sometimes you see some I think I've seen some foreign language names that have, like, in parentheses or, like, English characters after it for some reason. I always think that's nice for me as someone who doesn't necessarily know how to pronounce such characters, but, you know, that's a silly thing to do if, that's a silly thing to do in most cases, right? I need to activate the block. Where the fuck is that block? I can look at the map. Oh, it's up by the lady. Ah, there's so much on the way. I could go back down to that bonus room down there and do it. Well, I might as well now that I fell down to it. Not like they're gonna add more shit to right here, right? This is a good one. I think the secret of this game is they're nearly all good ones. Like, every moon is a good one. The ones that are short where you just get a free moon, those are good ones. The ones with big elaborate challenges that sort of harken back to the older games. You know, like this one sort of makes you think of one too. This is a good one. It's hard to think of ones that are bad. Sheep. Sheep is bad. Yeah, there's sheep. Other than sheep, it's hard to think of one that is necessarily, like, bad. And sheep is mostly bad because it's a hassle, because it's a lot to do. Like, too much. More in line with, like, a Banjo-Tooie level of work. You know what? That's unfair. Sheep is not a Banjo-Tooie level of work. Banjo-Tooie level of work is if you had to get 6 sheep, and also, once you got the sheep, you just unlocked, like, a moon that was somewhere else after doing another minigame. Like if by doing the sheep you unlocked one of these challenge rooms, and one that only had 1 Jiggy in it. Don't get me wrong, I love Tooie, and it's just a smorgasbord of things to do in the same way that this game is, kinda, but it is a lot less content-rich on account of, you know, they limited themselves to 10 Jiggies a level, which, to be fair, I don't know if they ever thought, like, could we do, like, more? Or if they ever even thought about if they could do more, if they ever would have thought it was a good idea. Like, maybe if they thought, like, could we do 12? They would say, like, nah, that's too many. We're barely coming up with enough ideas to do 10. A couple of them could just be placed around in the world. People like those. People like a freebie sometimes. Yeah, but we want it to add up to 100, so, you know, between 9 levels. You see where I'm driving at here? Fictional, you know, hypothetical Banjo developer. They all have names, many of which I know. So maybe I could say something like, I have Males, Greg Males, Chris Sutherland. I don't know if Chris Sutherland worked on Banjo, if he was just like a DKC person. Who can say? I don't know. We need to head out and do the thing, but also... and get the thing, but... also, here's a scarecrow for us to do. And there's a moon off to the right. Easy. Maybe you meant top 5 of Mario games, which would be a different conversation. You know, that's a different level than top 5 overall. Either way, you know, good. There are a lot of Mario games, to be sure. What would be my top 5 Mario games? Like, just straight up Mario only. Actually, that's kind of an easy list to make. Thousand Year Door, Odyssey, and Mario Maker 2 have to be 3 of them. Sunshine is the 4th. What's the 5th? The 5th is the hard one, I think. There's probably, I love Paper Mario. I would hesitate to include a 2nd from the same, like, from the same franchise, honestly. Does Wonder make the list? Wonder is so soon. It's hard to say Wonder yet. But I could see Wonder in time. Hey, it's Captain Toad. That's a well-hidden captain. A well-hidden captain. I'm just gonna go in portrait order, Captain Toad. Simple as that. Do this. Oh, I thought that was gonna unlock a thing. Going behind the waterfalls is cool. You get like a weird spray effect. Really nice. Whoopsie doozy. I got more cards, which I can strategically plop throughout a stream. Why don't I strategically throw one out there right now? Been playing Mini Shoot Adventures. That's the game I've been spending a good amount of my time with this weekend. I'm pretty far in it, I'll say. It is like a twin-stick shooter where it's sort of like a twin-stick shooter, but in the format of like a 2D Zelda, like the original Zelda. There's a big, massive world. You sort of explore it room by room and go into dungeons and do dungeon stuff. It's very well done. It is. I wouldn't hesitate to say like it is on the level of a 2D Zelda, and also it has like a pretty nice mode if you are lazy, where basically it'll just auto aim the twin stick shooter part for you, and you won't have to actually aim with the right stick, which I have been using. Makes it feel a little bit more like Vampire Survivors than like a traditional twin stick shooter, which I think I am into. I think I like just like focusing on moving around and dodging bullets and letting the aiming be automatic. But even if you don't want to do it that way, the other way is perfectly good. It's a big adventure, it's a big fun world, and it's fun to beat all the bosses and crap and get that all squared away. I'll say it is a game where every time I play it, I spend like an hour on it, and then I am done. Even on like a slow-paced Sunday day, it is not a game where it sustains my interest, if that makes sense. Like, I play it for a bit, and I go like, okay, I'm ready for something else now. That was really good, but that's enough for today. I would recommend it. I mean, I'd say, like, it's probably not in my... Probably not one of the top things of the year. Yet, I think it, might make the list if there weren't that many good games this year. Hey, Paul, what's up? But I think Mini Shoot Adventures is quite good. It's really fun to explore the world in. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I got a haircut since the last stream. It's true. I don't have a card for that. I like to spend as much time between haircuts as possible. And as a result, it can be a pretty noticeable disparity once they happen. Thanks for noticing. I go real damn short. and get real damn scruffy after, over time. I forgot I had a haircut. You know what I'll say. My memory is a lot. No one at the office noticed or cared, but to be fair, I don't make note of their hair, and I have basically forgotten that I got a haircut on Saturday myself, all things considered. You can forget about stuff real easy, you know that? Why do you wait too long? It's inconvenient to go get a haircut. Time out of your day. Whole hassle. I like to space things out, you know what I mean? Mini Shoot, I would recommend it. It's a good, solid 5-star game, I would estimate from this time I spent with it. You haven't paid for a haircut since high school? I'll tell you a secret, Paul. I'll tell you a secret. I haven't paid for a haircut since the pandemic. My ma, she started learning how to do haircuts during the pandemic, and I tried at some point to like go to like a pro cut place, and they were like, you gotta queue up online. And I was like, that's a hassle. I'm not doing that. I'll just continue getting a free one. Seems pretty good. All you have to do is the difficult part, from what my ma says, is fading the two levels together. Like if you have like, I like it shorter on the sides, you see, and that can be difficult to blend effectively. I could pay for haircuts if I wanted to. If I'll say, I didn't mind the place that was nearby where I lived previously. It was like a Pro Cuts or something, or a Super Cuts. And then I went to where I moved previously, my previous apartment. Nearby was just like, none of that. Not that same brand, but a different brand. Whichever one is a different one. And they were a lot snootier, it seemed like. And also a lot more just like, hey, do a reservation. I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. I'm dying a lot. I need to stop dying. Mini Shoot, hell of a good Zelda isometric top-down dual joystick shooter type situation. Great adventure, cool like upgrade stuff where throughout the game you're like making your gun fire more bullets, stronger bullets, farther bullets, bullets that go farther. It's fun to play that game. Really fun to play that game. I'll say the only downside is it's only on PC right now, and I think the PC version has some performance issues. I have a very powerful PC, and I still see some stuttering and stuff. That's why I think it's best to have a console version of a game, because you get less screwiness on performance, I feel like, on console. Like, everyone gets the same performance across the board, and no unexpected configuration is gonna throw a wrench in things. Ooh. Is this a thing? Is this supposed to be coins or a heart? Yes, just coins or a heart. I'll say it's nice in this game. Whenever there's an optional thingamajig to do, it's always the same reward. You know what I mean? It's always like, hey, you do this thing, you get a moon. You do this thing, you get a triple moon. It's never like, oh, sometimes you get a moon, sometimes you get 10 coins. Once you figure out you don't need to do a thing, you can just not do a thing, and it'll be fine. There's some... One of my other... Tropical Freeze. Game I love. Has an issue with stuff like that where, you know... Sometimes collecting all the bananas on a screen gets you a puzzle piece. Other times, they're just bananas for banana's sake. Bananas for banana's sake. That's a interesting... Sometimes they're just bananas for banana's sake. Is that a thingamajig? No, but I can destroy it. I want to make sure none of these have like a moon in it or whatever. They did not. Everything's gonna be in the area here. I like that there's a same amount of moons in each subsection. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice that you can always rely on getting one and then another. And you always know, like, okay, well, I found the main one. What was that one? Speaking of... Wait, do they not... No, they do mark them on the map where they are. You just have to hover over them. Which one did we just get? Secret Path to Fossil Falls. It's like around the back or something right here. No. Nice shot with Chain Chomp. I think there might be another one in this hole. Because... Wait a minute. Isn't it like... I'm trying to remember where it is. Yeah, right here. Okay. Good place to hide it. I can sort of sometimes remember what the secret is. Some of them will have been 7 years since I saw them, so, you know. Excluding, like, if I watched a Games Done Quick or something that did 100%. Maybe. Has there ever been a 100% at a Games Done Quick? There should be. There should be. I know that's like a 6-hour run. 8 hours? I don't know how long that is. But shit, man, they do, let me see. Odyssey, 100% world record. They do like RPG runs that are about that long. So, like 8.5, ooh, that is a bit. It'd be probably more like a 9-hour estimate, I would reckon. Maybe 10-hour. Yeah, maybe that is a bit much. They've done the 500 moon one before. You know, darker side. Which is already a lot. Alright, now we dinosaur. We gotta go up there and get those sorted. Hey, Luigi. Oh, okay, it's already taken care of. I'll say, I've been playing some random games aimlessly, including Lunistis and Fallout New Vegas over the weekend. I haven't really, other than like, you know, mini shoots and stuff like Marvel Snap that I play all the time. I haven't really found, I don't really know what I want to be playing, like, idly, as I'm watching TV, watching movies and stuff. And I've just been, like, struggling to find a thing. In particular, Fallout New Vegas is something I would really like to play, what with, you know, how Fallout Fever has consumed my imagination. But at the same time, it's not ideal for podcast. Not ideal for podcast. It's a game that you want to pay attention to, as far as story and writing and stuff goes, which makes that a bit awkward. a bit awkward. Weird phrasing there. Whatever, don't mind. Hey! Let's get this. Makes it a bit awkward. I'll say Lunas, this is just a random indie game that I got, like a couple years ago that I remembered that I had, and I decided to just go ahead and finish it. Sort of like a isometric 3D platformer, similar to like, Tori, but a little bit more polished than Tori. If you know Tori, the indie 3D platformer. That's more linear in nature than anything. That is a very okay game. Pretty good. I'd probably say it's like a 4 out of 5. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. And, I'll admit, like, playing it again for a couple hours was mostly just finding something to watch while I watch television. I say television, you know what I mean, like videos and movies and stuff. Not necessarily like the original idea of television, per se. I'm looking for that next thing to, looking for that next thing to play, you know? I really don't know what to play in my free time right now, and I'd really like something that's I could just play and not think about. One of the problems with being a streamer and wanting to make it so that, oh, I want to replay this game. That's content, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it all live. Is that I can't just say, like, yeah, I'm in the mood for, well, I can, but, you know, it's harder. Let's play some, you know, I can't say, like, oh, I'll just play some Donkey Kong 64. It's like, nah. If I were to play Donkey Kong 64, that would be prime content. Honker would be prime content. I already did Manjo and Paper Mario and a lot of other things that I guess I could revisit, but, you know, if I did them on stream, it's too soon, right? I don't know. It's all silly stuff, you know? It's all silliness. How can I have like a million games. Maybe like 1,000 games if I were to count them all. And you know, like I said, I've been re-reviewing them on backlog. I have up to like 650 where I'm at currently, like having gotten up to like I think like 2018. So like, yeah, I'm probably like pushing 800 games, maybe 900 games in my collection. Maybe 1,000, Jesus. Who fucking knows? Maybe I hit 1,000 without even noticing. Total games played. And that is 1,000 things I could be playing, but, you know, I scroll through my library on my Switch and I just go like, I don't feel like any of these games. Maybe if I look through the list one more time, I'll find something that catches my eye. And, you know, that's how Lunistis got to be played. Maybe I'll say something like, oh yeah, I got like 10 hours, I got like a couple hours into that, it was alright. I should finish the Geo, I should just go ahead and get that done, and you know, I'll say like, that's not always a successful story. Like, I have put in bug fails a few times, and been like, where the fuck am I? What the fuck is this dungeon? I don't get it. There was a reason I quit, turned out. I didn't know where to go and I was confused and I just didn't care enough to get unlost. I wouldn't mind going back to Eastbound. I guess one thing about that is that it's harder to get back into a game that is story-based. if the idea is I'm just looking for something to play while I watch TV or a movie or something, right? Like, anything story-based is basically off the table. Like, as much as I'd like to do Fallout, any of them, honestly, with how much I'm thinking about Fallout right now, as story-based games, they are extra hard to fit into a schedule. That says I have been, like, very listless and aimless and not necessarily even... Honestly, it's hard sometimes for me to think of what movie or show or whatever that I want to watch in a moment if I've gotten through all my simulcast anime and aren't in the mood for anything else. Like, it's hard enough for me to think of something new there. Let alone, like, specifically a game that's good to play while I listen, while I watch. Right? Like, if I don't have a show to watch anyway, why don't I just play a story-heavy game? It's an existential question without an answer. I'm just not gonna think about it and just, continue trying to fit as much into my life as possible. I'll say, perhaps that is, like, a thing that makes, like, React content, or, like, me watching a thing, feel a little more awkward, is that whenever I watch a thing, I am watching a thing and playing a game at the same time, often enough. Right, unless it's, like, really grabbing me. So my reactions to, like, a show, if I were to do, like, a reaction, it'd be like, you'd have to have a game at the same time, also on screen. Would that be weird if we did, like, let's say I happen to be off during, like, a big event, or, like, a big live stream, let's say. Xbox usually does, like, a stream, their big, not E3 stream. They usually do it on a Sunday, so I can watch that and stream it. Would it be cool if I was playing a video game during that? I feel like that would just be confusing. That would just be confusing. People wouldn't know what to watch, the video game or the event. What video game would even be best for that? Would it be a game that was dead simple so that you didn't have to necessarily pay attention to what I was doing in the game? Would it be a game that was really good and, like, worth watching, so when a boring trailer comes on, you can look at the game instead? I feel like either answer has its merits. You know what I mean? Like, there's valid... Either way is valid, right? Interesting. I guess it's worth noting and always worth saying, there's no right and wrong way to stream. You know, there are people who talk all the time, like I fucking talk all the time. And there's people who just stare at their screen and play the video game. And they are not necessarily unpopular. You know? It's not like there isn't an audience for people just playing a video game quietly and then saying like, "Ooh, hey, that's a thing. I like that bit." Or otherwise just talking when chat talks to them. You know, that is valid as well. You know, not everyone has a running soliloquy in them. Like I do. You know what I mean? I already did this one. Me? Oh, you're mostly the kind who just, right, you do the Rocket League mostly just talking when chat talks. That's right? You know, there's, what works for you is what's important, right? Like, you find your answers, what works best. You know, some people probably wouldn't even talk about a game they've been playing unless it came up, or unless someone asked, like, hey, have you been playing mini shoot? And then someone saying, like, oh yeah, I've been playing mini shoot. Or saying, no, what's that? Or if someone were to ask, like, have you been playing No Crab's Treasure? And you can probably guess I'm not, because I haven't talked about it, but yeah, I didn't pick that one up. I went mini shoot instead. And I will say, it seems like Another Man's Treasure is also good. I'm seeing people say it's quite neat. I'm not really a big, like, Souls-like fella, but it looks like an approachable one of those, I suppose. Do you think any of these ribs have something in them? I'm not sure if I'm wasting my time here. Personally, I like to talk. I like to talk about everything I've been up to. I like having a soapbox on which to speak. And I, you know, have stuff I will say upon that soapbox. As everyone who is a regular well knows. I guess it was silly to expect these to have anything. Definitely... Hang on. Definitely won't be in this last one. The clue is really good here. It's just the thing on the map. Guess we have to pay more attention to that. And such. Hey, let's leave the area. Let's go. It's, how we doing here? Like, what the fuck? Gotten, like, most of them other than, actually a fair amount. Still, I'm in the mood to mosey. So let's mosey. How many have we gotten so far? We've gotten, I see 7 rows, so 78. Cool. How long we've been going for? About 2.5 hours. 70 in about 2.5 hours. Yeah. No, we're making good time. We're getting a lot of moons. I say we're making good time, you know. Let me say what I said up top. It's Bowser's Kingdom. Hey, that's not what I said up top, but it's what I'm saying now on account of we're in Bowser's Kingdom. Now this one, you know, very linear kingdom the first time through, but there's a lot of moons we didn't get on account of you barely needed any to, like, get through it. Let's warp to the main courtyard and do the moon block thing, majig. We are in, like, shooting range. We are really close to, enough to go to Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side, as it's called. And I would like to end on the boss rush in Dark Side whenever I fancy ending the stream. Which does mean I'm going to cash in my moons before we complete a full lap, but that's, maybe cash in the moons before we make a full lap, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Where's that, moon rock? There it is. I just think Darker Side is a really good ending point for tonight's stream. And I would... Dark Side. Dark Side. And I would really like also to get in the range of Darker Side next time, if possible. It might be too much to ask for, though, honestly. It might be a bridge too far. Reckon we might get close next time, but I don't know. Maybe this time after that for Darker Side. And then after that, it'll just be a lot of moons, 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 moons. You know what I mean? Do you get a... Do you get a, Do you get a moon for killing this hat? You must. This must be a thing. There we go. That's a moon. I feel like I got a new light, which I showed off at the start of the stream. It lights up the side of my face and also the green screen so that it's a little less chromed out. It does seem to be making me green right now on the side of my face. I probably should check the green screen settings at some point and tweak it a little bit. I will look at that before the next stream. Brand new thing. Lighting is an important part of having a green screen. I'm to understand. Jesus, another set of them. It's important for nice... Jesus Christ. Wow, that's hard. Need to use my hat. I want to do it. Maybe like more hat throws like this. There we go. There we go. Perfect. That was like third try. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll tell you, there's a lot of little kids who like to... There's like a whole big field outside my place. Bunch of fucking little kids, like maybe 50 odd, maybe more, I don't fucking know. Like to hang out there and play, and they're just constantly shouting all the time from like 6 p.m. to 8:30 maybe. It's very unpleasant. I wish that they wouldn't do that. But I have these nice noise-canceling headphones now. And it's not good enough just having the headphones, I tell you. You have to also play something loud to really shut it out totally. I swear to you, during those hours, I take off the headphones for 2 seconds. I will hear shouts and yells and just, my God, I gotta ask when I go in. I need to ask the leasing people, like, hey, what the hell? Can you know, they just sent out an email that said things like, hey, for the pool area, try to be, you know, courteous. Try to be quiet so that people taking naps can enjoy that pool in their own way. And it's like, well, if the pool areas need to be quiet enough for nappers, then shouldn't the playground areas also be quiet? They're not that far from the pool, after all. And also from where I fucking live, so, you know. Seems to me like there could at least be like a, hey everyone, please be aware that, you know, some amount of courteousness is, ideal. Just tamper it the fuck down. If there's a way to just insulate the windows against that sort of threat, I don't know it. Hey, Velocity, how's it going? It's going well. I mean, I've been a little bored and a little aimless this weekend, but I'm playing now one of my favorite games of all time, and you can't go wrong playing one of your favorite games of all time. I can't, anyway, because that game is Mario Odyssey, and it's fantastic. Are you doing viewer levels? Does this look like viewer levels? No, not tonight, Velocity. How many moons you got so far? We got... I wonder if we can see in... If we look at the Mushroom Kingdom, wonder if it keeps score here. We got 216 moons so far. There's 880. That is my understanding, yes. And we want to get to 250 tonight to get to dark side. I am intentionally not turning in my moons until as far as I can go, because I like to do that. That is fun to me. You know what would be smart? This is the smart thing to do. You start at the top and you work your way backwards. So let's pop up to the top. You saw Mario and thought it was Mario Maker? Like the name Mario? Or did you see, like, Mario as a caveman? As far as I know, Mario's never been a caveman in Mario Maker. Yes, very satisfying watching all the moons go into the Odyssey. Yeah, it's so good. I'm almost sad that I'm going to be cashing them in before they get too far, because I definitely want to go to dark side. Ah, jeez. Damn it. We're going to dark side tonight. The name? Ah, gotcha. I'm playing a lot of Mario right now between Mario Odyssey and Mario Maker. Like, my normal schedule is all Mario. I will say, planning a stream for Thursday to check out those N64 online games. Not going to be a very long stream, but should be nice. Oh, this is just a warp back to the start. Guess the game even encourages you to go backwards by literally sealing off the entrance. This game is smartly designed. Is there like a way to get those where you don't die? How about another card? Did you watch ID at Xbox? Like the Xbox's Indie Direct, basically. You didn't. I didn't either. I do think, one thing I've been thinking recently, sort of as there have been such events, not every platform holder needs to have their own directs all the time, I think. It is very rare, I think, for an Xbox or a Sony Direct to reach the levels of a Nintendo Direct. That is to say, to become newsworthy. I think the only thing I saw out of this one, and that's true for just about any ID at Xbox, I think you could take this thing I just said and apply it to any ID at Xbox. The only thing I saw of this ID at Xbox was that Vampire Survivor got an update, which, sure, okay, whatever. That's nice. There's doors. I didn't finish Vampire Survivors, and probably I should have done, but whatever. Too late now. I guess that's another thing I could play, like Vampire Survivors. That is a very good game to play idly. There's always games I could be playing for, like, podcasts and stuff. Well, I guess I'll say that the thing about Xbox games and podcasts is that, or like games to play while watching TV, is that Switch games work best for that, for obvious reasons. So Xbox games, you know, you can't really play them and watch something on your computer at the same time, unless you're using a laptop. Or watching the TV on your phone. Which you can do. It's just, not as good as that old Switch thing. Where you just play the game. Where you just play the game on your Switch. And you have on the TV thing. I do have a second monitor, so I can do some jank as I see fit. You know, I can put a game on the preview monitor and put a TV show thing, whatever. I guess I would put the TV show, movie, whatever, on the preview monitor or my phone, and then game on the big screen because, you know, Xbox doesn't output to the preview monitor. Not without the capture card being involved, and that's, not exactly ideal. Ugh. If anyone watched the idea at Xbox, I'll be very surprised. I do think, in general, the Xbox events hit a little harder for me than PlayStation events. At least with the Xbox events, I could believe that they might have something that I would be interested in, you know? Might be Everwild there, or like, oh, it might be Perfect Dark, or whatever the fuck. You know, Double Fine hasn't made a game in a while. There's so many studios under Microsoft that you want to know what they're up to. Pretty bad. But with Sony, it's just like, yeah, when's the last time there was an exclusive? There's like 2 exclusives a year. To be fair, that's also kind of the case with Microsoft. I don't know what happened to everyone's exclusives. I say exclusives, let's say first party. Because Microsoft is more than ever just, you know, not willing to, what did he say? Oh, we're looking for a shaky spot. Oh, it's HD Rumble. I know you can't tell how this feels, but it's HD rumbling. It's like the controller is trying to tell me something, but it's not clear what it is. I forgot, do you fight the dragon dude before or after Bowser's Kingdom? Corn, we're not in Bowser's Kingdom. We're in, like, the post-game, technically. We fought the dragon dude last week, I'll say. This is the first amount of revisiting kingdoms. Because the way the game works, you, most moons, or like half the moons, you can only collect in the post-game anyway. It makes sense to get there as fast as possible, I think. We do, I think, maybe have to fight like the advanced version of him, but I'm thinking let's save the hard stuff for like, Is it just... It doesn't have, like, a thing on the map here. Oh! This feels really good. Okay, there's multiple things hidden. I'm feeling a thing. Controller, what are you trying to tell me? You've only ever played to 500? I played to 500 like multiple times. I've done 100% once when the game first came out. I think I'd done 500 once, and I did like 250 once or twice, in addition to the 500. And I've done 100, just like one full playthrough, to Bowser like a couple of times, like a handful of times. Yeah, I know this is riveting. I feel a really big rumble. Like a rumble in my controller. It's big. It's a big one. I think this might be a moon. It's like my controller has a heartbeat. Kablamo, there you go. Yes. That's pretty good latency that you were able to react so quick-like. Are we done here? We did this, right? Yeah, that was the first one we did. Here. Let's start backtracking now. We got like 80 going on 90. We're in good shape. Doing pretty well. I say, you know, hey. I'm really not sure how many streams this will take. This is the second one. There's 880 moons. Maybe like 8 streams, I would hesitate. Maybe. Seems like a fair estimate. And I would like that a lot, considering that this is one of my favorite games of all time. 7 to 8 streams, you think? Yeah, I reckon that might be right. I think we need to get a pokey here and poke this wall, poke these wall holes. You know. I almost, I could say, I could make this really dirty. You know, I'm poking into some holes in the wall. For fun, you know, for fun and pleasure. What's the deal there? I'm gonna choose to not get filthy with it. You can draw your own conclusions from the words that I have said. If you like, you know, it's a pretty famous, horny concept. You're gonna have some dinner? That's nice. I had lasagna. Oh, we need to have him stomp this. Make a path. I'm not gonna get fucking filthy. There are some things that you don't mention on stream. My God. I'm referencing a movie I saw recently. Rewatched, actually. That I'm absolutely gonna talk about in a bit, let me say. I have a card for it and everything. But for now, y'all just have to, you know, think for a second, you know, think what kind of movie that would be. It is one that I am I quite enjoyed. I'll talk about it in a bit. And one where I would like to watch its sequel that I have seen many times before, as well as the third one, which came out just recently. I haven't seen, and it seemed like it was quite controversial. With some people saying it was great, others saying it was god-awful. So that'll be fun. What am I talking about? You'll find out. Stay tuned. Did I just say? I'll say the guy what makes it also has a variety of other movies, like in the same universe, with some of the same characters. In particular, 2 that are very popular. And, I've not seen any of them other than, the one from the main trilogy. The 2 from the main trilogy that I've seen. Except that I did just see one of them, which is a cult classic that people like. I'll reveal later. I'd be open to people guessing. It don't matter. I'll say it later. I bet it'll be mentioned in the description of the stream. What with it? Huh? Knowing me, I like to put the things I talk about in the stream, and I'll have a thing or two to say about it. If you're watching the VOD, maybe look in there and see like, oh, yeah, it says right there what movie franchise you're talking about. Sort of a weird period piece now. Parts of it. I mean, it already kind of looks like a period piece on account of the first movie. There was a decision insofar as how it was shot as an indie film, an indie breakout film. Oh, you'll figure it out. I don't know why I'm being mysterious about it. What was the... you know, part of me has already forgotten what exactly the joke I made was. It was, me saying, like, there are some things you don't talk about on stream. Facetiously, after bringing up glory holes in a roundabout fashion. That was the thing. I was talking about glory holes. Y'all know about glory holes? Everyone knows about glory holes. Maybe little kids. Maybe little kids don't know about glory holes. I'm now thinking about the Always Sunny scene where I think Dennis is the one who's like, let me explain glory holes. It's a European thing where they are, of course, more enlightened as far as the sexual acts. He's just being a little freak about it, and it's good. It's a good bit. It's a hole in which a wang goes through, basically. That's what it is if you don't know. Pretty self-explanatory, honestly. Nice. Pretty self-explanatory. You know, we forgot we were going to take a bird up to the glory hole. The glory holes, there were several of them. And stick our little beak in them. I think I'll say, like, the pornographical, you know, fantasy of a glory hole is obviously in, at least in like, straight porno and all that, and things of that nature, is the idea that there's gonna be, like, a hot lady on the other end, you know. But more than likely, it's not gonna be that precisely. It's just gonna be like, you know, if you're looking for someone to consent, who's, like, interested in, like, a, in that whole situation. There we go. It's probably gonna be someone who, you can reciprocate with. There's that scene in, like, Always Sunny where Frank says, like, you know, well, it could be a dude on the other end. And, Frank says, it's not a problem. I'll imagine it's a woman. And, he can do the same. How is he gonna imagine it's a woman with a cock in his mouth? That's his problem. That sounds like his problem. It's a good line. It's a good, very funny little bit of a very funny episode. I keep using the shortcut, thinking the shortcut is, an optional doodad. Now, where's the seed? I need the seed. Ah, there it is. I'll say this here minigame, this here bonus area, I've done it like probably dozens or hundreds of times because this is where I used to grind for coins when I was getting enough coins to get up to 999 moons back at 7 years ago. I can't believe I missed the throw. I must have done that like dozens of times in a row back 7 years ago. Excuse me while I don't die. It's just a really good, fast mini area that has a lot of coins in it. I'm not sure if this is the fastest way to farm coins, and, you know, now Luigi exists as an option. When I was doing this back then, Luigi does not exist, but... if you don't fuck it up by moving the stick, like I did, then you can just run in a straight line and it's great. God damn it. I'm gonna jump off and get those coins while I'm looking at them. It is possible we might come back here later. And do this over and over again to get coins. Don't touch the stick. Watch. You don't touch the stick and just hit the jump button and blammo, free coins. And here I'm gonna unflower, get a moon. Okay, line it up. Oh hell. Close enough. Pretty good source of coins. It's fast. There's just a bunch of them in a line. I think that's solid. I think that might be the best. Maybe Luigi provides a more fun way to farm for coins, but that might be unparalleled. Jeez, these levels are fucking huge, man. We've been in this particular level for, I think, a time now. And yet... we've barely gotten past the final chunk of this level, you know? We've been working our way backwards, and... we've been working our way backwards, and tell me this is for a thing. I can't believe I beefed up the one part of Mario Odyssey that I probably played the most. Like, the most times repetitively just flying through it for coins. I'll say it always was one that was easy to screw up. Insofar as, like, yeah, you touch the stick, just start over. You fuck up the nut, start over. You can't fuck up the nut. Let's go down here. Got half of the things. Can probably afford one or both costumes. Already got that moon. Okay. I think let's our way back now. I think let's go back from here. I wanna just we're about to hit 100. We might be about to hit 100 here. Let's just, like, slowly march our way back. We'll get that key, moon. And probably a few more on top of that. Hey, there's the warp to the next world. Good to know where it is. That's, the water world. The Seaside Kingdom. Cool. I have no idea where I'm supposed to deliver this guy. Is it just to get stuff? Maybe it's supposed just to get stuff. Okay, not gonna worry about it. Worry about that later. Where does this go? Alright, this goes to a little island here where some guys will get all stompy with us. Stampy, more stampy than stompy. Here's a card. How do y'all find out about games? How do y'all find out about games? This is a question I, will say that I don't have a good answer to right now. Time was, I mentioned before I have been and for the last decade and a half, big fan of Giant Bomb. I don't watch as much of their content anymore, but back in their heyday, I would watch every quick look that they did. And the quick look was I thought, a brilliant format for a stream. Basically, they'd play like an hour of a game and talk about how they felt about it and, show you the game. And sort of evaluate it in that hour. And give you a feel for, like, is this worth getting? Does it speak to me? Etc., etc., which was probably the most handy thing you could imagine. It just gives you something to look at and say, like, oh, yeah, that looks good. Or, no, that doesn't look good. Haha, that's funny. It looks bad, in fact. And in any case, you come away with a purchasing decision. And nowadays, I don't know where to look for that. Giant Bomb doesn't do them anymore. I've heard NoClip has sort of taken on that mantle and has started doing quick looks themselves. NoClip was founded by a guy who used to be a friend of the site on a bunch of the content. Danny O'Dwyer, friend of Giant Bomb. Let's see. But I hear he does less of them, and I don't know. I don't really like NoClip as much as I liked Giant Bomb of yore. No. So that just leaves word of mouth, which means oftentimes, like, I'll hear about a game but not actually see it, and not actually know, like, okay, does it really speak to me, or is it just, does it just sound good on paper? I really don't know. I really can't make that call, and often just have no clue. And if I'm hearing about games, it's typically just like, no, someone said it on a podcast, they were talking about it, sounded like they were having a good time. Okay, I'll check it out. And oftentimes, because of this, I am, like, missing stuff. Insofar as, like, yeah, I'm not trying out every game that people are saying is good. I kind of want to see it before I jump in, before I buy in. And sometimes that means I get in slow, and if I get in too slow, is it already over by the time I'm getting in? Like, I've heard a lot of good stuff about that, what was it? The game where you... Helldivers 2? But I thought, like, I didn't play Helldivers 1, so I'm gonna trust that decision. Then hearing a little later, like, oh, part of it is that this game is 3D. The original game was, like, top-down, isometric style. And that's a big part of why it's, like, appealing in a new way and breaking through. And it's like, oh, shit, no one told me it was, like, actually a cool thing. What's your favorite music? Yours is the Lake Kingdom? Oh, I think it's gotta be, the Wooded Kingdom. The surf rock as an inspired choice for that kingdom, and also it's just so damn good on top of being inspired. Me caveman, let me into samurai area. Me caveman, me no understand your customs. Is it offensive to do a caveman voice? No, because cavemen aren't real. And if they were, they'd all be dead by now anyway. You can always do a caveman voice. Me og, that sort of shit. It's allowed. Doesn't hurt nobody. I really don't know where to find just information about games and where to find enough information such that I know or not, whether or not it, like, speaks to me. And I do feel like I might be missing stuff as a result, you know? I do feel like I'm playing less games now than I did when I would be constantly abreast of everything coming out. I think it's sad that the Quick Look declined as a format. I guess I will admit, in the later day of the Quick Look, I definitely was mostly just having it on in the background, and oftentimes I would not even look at the screen to see what the game was being played. I would just listen to the people, like, you know, having fun and, playing around, relaxing and all that. And only look at the game on occasion. And as a result, I would write off these games that I wasn't even, like, tempted to look at. Perhaps that was not fair in the first place. Maybe there were a lot of games that I dismissed that I ought not to have. I don't know. I think this is a big unsolved problem. And as games, you know, I feel like the role of the review has never been less important, you know? Reviews have not been important in a while. People don't give them any weight. And a lot of people like me were even, like, tired of the culture war aspect of it, you know? We don't want to know. We don't want to care. Like, I don't care. You say it's a 4.3. You say it's a 4.2. Man, all I can say is I look at the averages sometimes and say, like, God damn, this game is higher than that. I don't get why this game is higher than a 4.2. You know, on a 5-point scale. On a 10-point scale, I'd be like, this game is higher than an 8? Come on now. Good, it didn't despawn. This game is higher than an 8. This game is higher than a 7. 7.3? Nah, man, this game's great. What the fuck are you talking about? Those sorts of thoughts come to mind when looking at reviews. But, like, actual purchasing advice? Nah. Feel like no one's gotten that from a review in, like, ages. It's just not what people use reviews for anymore. Checking against your opinions. That's what reviews are for now. And whether you play it or not, based on like whether the trailer looks good. And, you know, if there's a demo, if you like the demo. Ah! You did a little bit of wah there. We'll see her in Caperton. It's not what it's called. I think we now have enough to go to darker side whenever we please. How many worlds did we do tonight? I think 3? 4? Not very many, but 5 maybe, including Mushroom Kingdom. Not very many, but you know, hey, we've been cleaning them out. We've been getting like, you know, tens of moons in each of them. They add up. Let me see how many moons we got right now. Oh, that's where you do the music. It's like another menu in there. Okay, let's see. What are we at now? I think we need like 250 to go to the thing. No, we don't have enough. We're like probably 14 off. That just must look larger than it is. Like, let's see. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rows. How's that not adding up to... Each row is 10. Yeah, we're at like 115 this stream. Nice. At what point does it just become a number? There's a point where it just becomes a number that you can look at. We go inside that pipe, that's a bonus area, isn't it? Oriented here. I guess the old try and true is just word of mouth. People talking about a game. They say it's good. Maybe you give it a go. Problem is, giving it a go typically means spending money. And that seems always to be a big leap to make without having seen it. But I guess that is just, you know, a result of... This is nothing, isn't it? Ah, crap. There's something on the roof. Yes, coins. We got them already. Ugh. Maybe it's not 250 to get to the place. Maybe it's just like 225 or something. I don't know. Or 240. Regardless, we'll be going there soon enough, I reckon. Do another card. Nah, I'm gonna wait until I get to the next world before I pull another card. I'm thinking, let's just open the gates, and then we'll, I'm feeling just about done with Bowser's Kingdom for now. Let's just open the gate so that we can traverse it more regularly next time we're here. Okay, this was one of the 2 moons that we got last time. Wait a minute, get that, get that, get that. Ah! There we go. Ugh. I like how the sound effect for diving out the hat is different if it's a metal hat. That makes sense. I know I said just the thing, but I cannot help it. I see a thing, part of me says, oh, it's right there, let me just get it. It's not even a challenge, it's just go get the thing. Fucking freebie. I think that the pokey fuckers, the bird guys, might be low-key the best capture in the game. I like their wall climbing bullshit a lot. That's just a good gimmick, a good conceit, a good mechanic. Feels good to play as. Lots of fun applications, and yeah, it plays around with that shit quite nicely. Oh. Let's get that UFO or bird or whatever. Son of a bitch. How far away do we have to go for it to come back? We just have to look away. Fuck. Okay, look away. Oh, it almost looks like it's a targeting thing. I guess it's not quite. There we go. A small bird in Bowser's castle. Alright, let's open the gates. Gates open. Is there any right here? Nah. I could go back there. We got a lot of them. There's actually still a lot left. These levels are so fucking packed with moons. Jesus Christ. There's 60 of them here. In this whole world. Overall. Including, I guess, you know. Let's warp there and do whatever that is, and then we'll head to the next kingdom. There's one over that away. Should be obvious when we see it. Key. Where's the key? Aha. That's a good one. All right, now let's warp. Gonna warp to, I believe it was here. Main courtyard entrance. And let's go to the Seaside Kingdom, but first I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me a second. For those watching the VOD, it will be instant. Alright, let's pick up where we left off here. Oh! I feel a little refreshed, you know? You know. Not gonna go into detail, but... say no more. Seaside Kingdom. Seaside Kingdom is where we are now. Is this the point where they stop counting individually? No. How many do you need for it to fucking stop with the whole wall of moons? It's gonna come up on my head. Getting a little close. Like, how close is it? Let me move some of my activity feed out of the way. It's getting there. It's coming down for me. Let's chill, relax, and do some nice old-fashioned, seaside stuff. I don't know where I'm going with this. We're in a new world. Let's do a rocket. That's fun. We need to do the space rock. Cannot be forgotten. We also need to find wherever Peach is. Those are the two things we want to think about whenever we enter a new location. Why? You know, these things look a lot like Incomplete, with their weird, like, boxy appearances, but they're just so stylized. It looks like the most stylized version of, like, a textureless, test map. It's snazzy in a way that I really like. I like this aesthetic a lot. It's very Mario. It makes me think of, like, the earlier games where there's whole areas that just have, like, big colored boxes as, like, the main thing that characterizes whole areas of 2D Marios. This has to be... wait, no, where's the secret? This is critical path. I don't want the critical path, though. I want to go some... I need the thingamajig. There we are. Here we go. Very nice. I got a moon. I think at this point, we might be able to go to Dark Side of the Moon whenever we want. I hesitate to say a time, and also I'm not sure what the next world is, and if I'll want to just do another world after this one, in addition to Dark Side, but it's like 11:30. I'd like to do Dark Side around midnight. Say around midnight. Which does make it sound like this is the last one. Like, are we gonna do this one in 10 minutes? Also, for what it's worth, we've never had a definition for what counts as doing a world. Is it doing it to completion? Doing most everything I can think of? The real answer is whatever I feel like. Oh, we gotta get the thing. Whatever feels right. Whatever, floats our boat. Whatever floats our boat. Moons! There's more of them now. It's pretty sick. There's one of them. I'll say I think we need to at least get 10 here. And I'll also say, yo, that can go really fast if we want to. Like, I can just look at the map and see, like, there's a 2 over here. There's a 2... Where's another 2? These 2s are secret rooms. And probably good ones at that, so we could just beeline to those and just, pick up a nice pair. A nice pair of moons, you know, not another sort of pair. Hey, here's a card. Been watching Fallout. I have 2 episodes left. Been watching that with my folks. They have no idea about Fallout stuff, but I do, and I've been enjoying, like, all the, you know, all the lore stuff. I'll say I'm kind of surprised, low-key surprised, that it doesn't seem like a couple of iconic things aren't going to be in this series. I say with 2 episodes left that might end up featuring some of these things that I'm not going to say in particular, but you probably know what 2 specific really iconic things are missing. Maybe you don't. I am thinking of one thing. This is sort of a weird way to say. One thing that is like a race of beings, and another thing that is like a monster, like a really iconic killing machine. Maybe that's giving away the game. But I'm really surprised that they haven't, like, gone out of their way to feature all that stuff really prominently. Instead, they've been telling a really well-done story that makes you think about the nature of the whole world of Fallout in a new way, sort of recontextualizes crap. And also has some major world events that change the fucking face of the Fallout world. Like, that in episode, I believe, 6 or 7. My God, I was shocked by what they unveiled happened in the universe while we weren't looking. Like, I'm not gonna say what it was on account of it's a secret that is worth saving, but and finding out for yourself. But God damn, I can't believe they did that. And I can only hope that, like, in some form, it'd be more interesting to me if... I'll say this, without spoiling the show at all, there have been factions that came back from the dead before. That's maybe too much. Maybe too much. I'll say there have been... Let's say the Enclave, right? The Enclave have reemerged, like... They were killed off in the original 2 games. Then they came back in 3, and I don't know if they have appearances in the latest yet. I'm not really clear on that whole business, but, you know. In the Fallout universe, there seem to be, like, chapters of each faction, like, in some real far-flung fucking places. Such that I don't give up hope based on what I've been shown, you know. But I do go, holy shit. And I'm really surprised and impressed they were willing to do a thing. I'll say this as a negative. I'll say this as a small negative. They are so far not really... With these world-shattering events, they're not so much having them happen to the main characters of the show, so much as they are lore things that are being revealed to us and the main characters of the show. Basically stuff that happened, like, you know, years and years and years ago, where we all find out and go like, holy shit. But wouldn't it have been something if we had seen it? If it had happened before us? Is it resort hat or special sailor suit? I'm gonna have to guess it's the get into the door. In any case, I want to have the fancy clothes, so I'm gonna buy it. I think it's been really good, Fallout TV show, and I am really excited to go and watch the last 2 episodes. Like I said, I've been watching it with my my folks, and so So I can only watch it like a couple episodes a week. But we did watch like 5 this weekend or something, or 6 this weekend. Not that many, like 4 of them, because I went over on Sunday as well for dinner and got in an extra episode. Maybe like 3 this weekend total. And I'll tell you, I would be really tempted to just go over sometime this week and just finish those fuckers off. Get it done. But I'm gonna hold off until Saturday, I think. You know, I probably shouldn't be like, there's stuff I want to do in life, you know, I probably shouldn't be, you know, spending a night, doing family stuff when I could be making Twitch clips that, as I say it, it sounds like maybe I have my, priorities, not straight at some point, but they're a little bit twisted, but whatever. There's stuff I want to do at home for the channel, for the stream, anime, all that. And it's hard enough to find time sometimes for it without, you know, doing family stuff on extra days. Doing an extra large amount of family stuff just because I want to see TV show. I could have said at some point, you know, my dad texted me like, so are we watching that together, or can I watch it myself right now? And I texted him back saying, we're watching it together. I could have said we're watching it individually, but I'll say part of the appeal of watching something with my folks is that I don't have to find time for it, in addition to the other stuff I'm watching. But then again, if it's good enough to justify the time, whatever, man. I'm really excited to see the last 2 episodes. I feel like I've heard like half of a spoiler as far as like what season 2 is gonna be kind of about. I was reading a wiki page about a certain location in the Fallout universe, and I saw, I think, I'm mixing up my anecdotes. I was watching a lore video about Fallout, and they mentioned like, well, in the TV show, we now know this, and they showed like a screenshot of the show, and I went, ah, god damn it, I didn't want to see that. So I've seen a thing or two, but I'm gonna, you know, not necessarily. I'm gonna pretend as if I haven't, and just enjoy the show. That's my plan for how to approach that conundrum. I'm just going to relax and say like, okay, you know what, I want to know about Fictional City. Unspecified settlements of note. I also did read about a city that is very famous, and there was TV show information on that wiki. I'm not gonna say which one, but just know if you're like looking up wiki information for some reason. Hey! We can reach the dark side of the moon, how about that? If you're looking up Fallout wiki stuff, it's very dangerous right now. Be careful, that's all I'm gonna say. Let's see, I want to see what the next world is. There's one moon that's in the drink over there. So why don't we just, like, pop up to the drink, and, I want to get those coins. I see coins, I want to get them. It's a problem, I know. Why don't we just pop up to the drink and, go to the next world real fast. We'll get... There's 20 minutes left until midnight. Get another world in before we head off to Darker Side, or Dark Side, and you know, find a nice place to end the stream. A stopping point, if you will. I like a good stopping point. Something that feels natural and says, it makes me say like, okay, we did a thing. Now it's time for us to go. What is this next place? Another water world? Is that... Is this Lake Kingdom? Is this Lake Kingdom? Yeah, it is Lake Kingdom. I just did a whole fucking water world. How about, new plan? We're in Lake Kingdom, but how about we don't stay in Lake Kingdom? How about we just pop through the rest of the portraits real fast and just get all the portraits and their checkpoints unlocked? And next time, we'll start from Mushroom Kingdom and work our way backwards until we get to Lake Kingdom. How's that sound as an idea? And I bet next time we probably don't get to Oh, should we also do the moon rocks while we're here? Yes, I'm gonna say yes. Let's get the moon rocks popped and also just finish off the lap. But we're not gonna get barely any moons while we're here. We're just gonna pass through. Moon rock. Painting. I like how after you finish the game, in the post-game, there's like, people from everywhere, every which, kingdom, doing a lot of traveling, you know, tourism. Like, if the original, like, trip sort of has the vibes of a road trip, of, like, a big international trip, travel thingy-majig, then the post-game really nails it down and hammers it in by showing you, like, hey, here's other people now. Now that we have peace, everyone's doing some world travel. This'll be, like, marked as the rest of the kingdoms. And the rest. ... and the rest will be probably the timestamp is. That sounds fine. So, let's see. So, how many are left now? Wooded Kingdom. There's the Volcano. There's the Luncheon Kingdom. There might be 2 more after that before we get back to Mushroom Kingdom, where we started tonight. I'll say I could grab a quick star, a quick moon on the way. It don't matter. If it's in my path, I will absolutely grab it, but let's, not be hasty. Do I have enough to get the cowboy outfit? Speaking of it's in my path. In the thumbnail, I found a nice screenshot of someone dressed as a cowboy in the Dark Side of the Moon. I guess I'll have to just be like, I guess I can't recreate that unless I were to get more tokens. Of which, hey, here's 3. It's not enough. I know where the thing is. It's like over here. I got, another thing that I've watched. I sort of alluded to it earlier. I watched 2 movies yesterday. Specific movies, you ask? I watched Clerks and Mallrats. I've seen Clerks and Clerks 2 before. Haven't seen any of this guy's other movies. So hadn't seen Mallrats before. Clerks is really damn good. I really enjoy Clerks. Clerks is really funny. I kind of low-key think I might like Clerks 2 better. though some people don't, and some people don't like it much at all. But it is a damn good movie. Lots of funny little bits. I like how raunchy and rude and shitty they are, and how horrible they are to their customers. I think my favorite scene in the first movie that I saw in Clerks was when the mom comes in and she says like, yeah, he loves frumpy bumpy bears, and the clerk, he says like, okay, well, I'm just gonna call the distributor real fast and ask if they have it. Can you stay on the line? And she says sure. Or she's not calling, she's right there. He says hold on, and he calls the distributor and says like, yeah, he works at a VCR rental store, something that is kind of not really a thing anymore for what it's worth, but whatever. He's calling the person, he's this distributor, and says like, yeah, I need VHSs, I need one of each, and he just starts naming a bunch of pornos in front of the mom and the girl, which is very funny to me. And then after like the 100th one, he says like, oh, and what was the one you wanted? What was it called again? Perfect. That is just perfect. The whole fact that it has a nice, tidy moral core, the bit about like where Silent Bob, who is played by the guy who directed the movies, you know, he's Kevin Smith, right? Yeah, Kevin Smith. That's his name. He says, look, there's a lot of fine women in this world, but most of them bring you lasagna at work. Most of them just cheat on you. I don't know statistically if that's true. I mean, I think that a lot of people are gonna be nice. A lot of ladies, a lot of people, whatever. And I would have to imagine most people don't cheat. Regardless of, attraction. Are there stats about cheating? I don't know. That seems like a weird thing to me. Regardless, that was just a really nice moral course of the movie. And, sort of has a nice little thesis at the end of it that makes you go like, oh yeah, it sort of had a point. All this fucking bullshit, all the random stuff. That was on the way, I had to get that. It was just right in front of me. Like, what was I supposed to ignore it? We need the... Where is that? It's down there. Get the moon sorted out. I'm looking forward to, I want to rewatch Clerks 2 as well, and God help me, I'll watch Clerks 3. And I'll say, having seen Mallrats now, I think I might watch the rest of his films. I might watch Chasing Amy next. I think that might be a good idea. I think people like Chasing Amy. I don't know what it's about, but I will watch it. Of Mallrats, I will say that was a quite okay movie. A perfectly good movie to have on in the background as you play a random video game. It doesn't matter what the video game is, it is perfect for half paying attention to. And I'll say it did make me laugh a good number of times. A goodish number of times. Not like the best movie in the world or nothing, and I can see why it's baffled fucking reviewers in its day. But it is a perfectly good movie for putting on the background. I had seen recently, I watched a couple of months ago, I watched like all of H-Bomber Guy's stuff, right? I watched like all his video things. And one of his video essays was about like VHS and the power of VHS versus like a cinema run of a movie. And said like, Mallrats really didn't make sense in a theater, you know? where you're supposed to pay full attention to a thing. But Mallrats made 100% sense when it was on VHS and you could put it on while you were doing your laundry and shit. Like, it was just a bunch of fucking weirdo stoner assholes fucking trying to make right with their ladies and, you know, hanging out at the mall at the meantime. Another thing that feels anachronistic. Malls. They don't have malls anymore. Let me try this again. Wait, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be going for we're on our wait, isn't it at the top of that thing? I think it was over there, actually, come to think of it. We're just looking for the painting. Do I need, like, a guy, like a little nutty guy? I need a little nutty guy. Maybe there's not little nutty guys here. This might also be the, you know what, doing that moon might have been the best way to get up this whole thing. Let me just do it, actually. Like, I think this might put us where we want to go. Oh, perfect. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what it did. Wonderful. Mission accomplished. I didn't even get that moon, which, you know what? Might have made it harder to get up here anyway. Let's continue. I think we might be near the end of our deal. Anyway, Mallrats. Probably like a 3 out of 5. A perfectly good stoner comedy. That is, a little bit... whatever, a little bit incoherent, a little bit aimless, but it's funny. I laughed. You don't pay full attention, though. I think maybe a 3 out of 5 is a fair review. Depends if you consider a 3 out of 5 to be a bad score. I don't mean this to be a bad score. I mean to be like, yeah, it's fine. It's okay. 3 out of 5. Clerks, that's a 5 out of 5. That's wonderful. I love the guy who comes up and says, like, you know, like, I want to use your toilet. Can you give me, you know, some toilet paper, the nice soft stuff? And he also asked for something to read, fella, you know, young man. I need something to read in there. Give me the porno mag. Yes, the porno mag, please. That's exactly what I want to read. And that's all just very good setup for, you know, that whole thing, what happens later with, the X and, the bathroom. In that very same bathroom, a thing happens. Not sure how much I should say. Maybe people haven't seen Clerks. I'll say this. I want to watch the whole... I want to watch a bunch more of his stuff. I've never seen Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, and I really do like Jay and Silent Bob. I think they're great, really fun characters. And, you know, hey, a whole movie about them, rather than having them be like side characters who occasionally do a funny thing. Can that be bad? It might be bad, I don't know. Maybe it's, not gonna be the most inspired thing, that I could watch. Definitely gonna watch, a bunch more of those. I think it's just gonna be the ones that are in that universe. Like, I don't know I'm gonna watch, like, his other movies or, like, everything he's ever done. But definitely stuff in that universe with Jay and Silent Bob, and also with Clerks 3. I might not watch the reboot of Jay and Silent Bob. That sounds really bad. That sounds like that one was unambiguously bad. We have finished the lap. Let me just where's the last moon here? Right, it's a star because we're at Starville. We're back to Mushroom Kingdom. Next time, we'll go backwards through those worlds, and we'll, you know, pick up the spares. It does hurt me to turn in these moons before we, like, get to the point where they're, like, literally too many to fit on the screen, but we gotta do it. I got one last piece of follow-up, but I'll wait on it. We're back at Mushroom Kingdom. I'm just gonna talk to Toadette, get any more quests and stuff all turned in and shit. And then let's head out to Dark Side of the Moon. Oh! Good productive stream. It's midnight now. Hey, perfect. Also, perfect timing. This all took around 4 hours, and we just got a little bit left now. The big turn-in will be coming in a second, in a minute. Jesus, it's still counting up. How many does it count up to? I guess we're not gonna see. Maybe I would like it if we could see by the end of the series. I guess all the random worlds that are not like in the cycle are gonna come like at the end, maybe. Sick. We got so many moons tonight. Let's go turn them in. Let's do it. We're ready? Big turn-in. Let's go. Not as big as it could be. I've had bigger turn-ins. Not bad. I've definitely got it to where it stops counting them on screen, which is always fun. But we gotta go to the dark side, which means we gotta turn in. There's no two ways about it. That's right, we're real explorers now. So let's see, we went to Mushroom Kingdom, Cascade Kingdom. We did Snow, Seaside, and Bowser's Kingdom. So I think we did 5 kingdoms roughly this stream. And we got, like, of the ones on the rotation, we got Lake Kingdom, Sand Kingdom, Wooded Kingdom, Metro Kingdom, and Lake... Did I already say Lake Kingdom? And Luncheon Kingdom. So yeah, I think we did 5 last time, and next time we'll do the loop again, and specifically hit up the 5 that we didn't do that much of, and hopefully try to approach, you know, like in reverse order. And we'll try to approach Darker Side next time, but I have my doubts that can be done in one stream. That might be more of a 2 streams away type deal. Yeah, that's Earth. Doesn't get old every, going into space, no matter how many times you do, it's alright. And of course, there's several that aren't on the cycle, and we'll catch those at a later date, I don't know. Maybe that's like a stream number 5 thing. Once we're ready to just, like, really do the hell out of those. Ooh. Here we are on the dark side of the moon. It's pretty good. What do you wear to the dark side of the moon? Like, is this appropriate wear, right, what we got right now? The hat sort of looks like a farmer's hat. And this area is, like, full of, like, giant fruit, vegetables, for some reason. Probably because they had the assets, kinda. Do we have anything that's, like, farmer-y? Not really. I could go retro style. I like the resort. I like the resort. Then again, can't go wrong with the whole Mario 64 look. I think this was overall my favorite. Let's do it. Jesus, that's tall tower. I don't think you can even get a good shot with, Yep, just gonna stand here. Can I stand on top of this pumpkin? It's awkward, but no. That's the answer. There are a bunch of these little fuckers around. I guess they're, they're like underlings and shit. How do you do the... There we go. That's one massive fucking carrot. Weird that you see his, like, little booties poking through the rock. Like, what's the deal there? Doesn't really look that good. Yeah, just get a nice little thumbnail here. Yeah, okay. That might be the thumbnail. I don't know. We'll see if there's a better one in there. I'll think about it. I like to have a thumbnail ready. Or, if there's a really scenic vista, I'll sometimes just do a little bit of, like, poking the camera around. Oh, right, I just remembered there's a heart king mushroom thing. A king heart to give me extra life. Where is it, Gal? Not there. This one? This one. Definitely this one. Definitely gotta get that before we leave. Don't want to leave it. Once we finish this, it'll also unlock a bunch of extra moons that we can do if we so please. Oh. Well, this isn't a very good one of these. You can barely see Dick from here. I guess it's so big and so close. What are you gonna do? Is it this one? One of these. Let me find it and then we'll go to the thing. Not gonna go off without full health. There we go. Let's go. One little piece of follow-up. One little thing I want to mention. As far as anime goes, I decided to drop the next gate. I'll say, watching every time I watched an episode of that, I was kind of surprised insofar as like, oh, you know what? This isn't terrible. It's average, it's mediocre. There's not much to say about it, but it's not terrible. Kind of works. That said, as a show that is below average and forgettable, and every time I watch it, I forget what was happening before, I just had to think about that and go like, do I really want to spend my time watching that? And the answer is no. So I cut it. Last show of the season to be tentative, and now I have everything. I know everything that I'm going to watch for the rest of the season as far as anime goes. It was also on a day that had like 3 of the best shows of the season on it, and one show that was pretty damn good. Pretty damn great, in fact. So it just really was on the wrong day, and frankly was not like lighting the world on fire in any way, shape, or form. You need to be better than mediocre for me to watch, I think. And be a little less forgettable such that I don't forget like half the characters that were introduced and go like, oh yeah, there's that guy? What's this deal? Is this a new character, or am I supposed to know this fella? Who can say? Who can say? Woohoo! I got 2 more cards, but honestly, they can wait until next time. They aren't important cards, more just things I've been thinking about. These bosses are the 3rd time we're fighting these guys. Let's face it. I mean, the first time tonight we're fighting these guys, but the 3rd time overall. How much is there to say about this lady with the ball hair? You run to the side and you hit it back, and that just saves time. The low gravity effect makes it a little bit tricky. Just a little bit, though. Two down. 1, 2 to go, plus a big mecha guy, you know. You'll see. Here's a card. We'll do a card. Games I'd consider speedrunning. I've been thinking it'd be fun to do, like, a stream where I just tried... There are some games where I know already I can do them in, like, 2 hours. Like, 2 or so hours, like, DKC2. Any of the DKC games, I think I could do any percent in, like, something around 2 hours. I know collectively I did a stream once where I did all 3, and that stream was, like, 6 hours, so... Collectively, they add up to, on average, they add up to that, so, you know, you gotta figure it's, you gotta figure they would each individually be pretty doable. That's one option. Obviously, I've also played the Banjo games a lot. Every Banjo-Kazooie player basically plays them to get through levels as fast as can, and, you know, for leaderboard or for whatever, or for just the satisfaction of seeing the time on a world be pretty low. I don't think Banjo is the one, though. I just like to improvise too much for Banjo. I don't really want to learn the objective correct strat for getting through glitchless. I feel like that would spoil some of the spontaneity of the game. This one is one I would certainly consider, considering that you know, I can do world peace or any percent around like 4 hours. I will say this one is another one where the spontaneity would be lost a little bit. I do think, as a rule, as far as speedrunning goes, I'm not a big fan of playing the same way over and over and over again. I like to mix it up. I like to fly by the seat of my pants. And, you know, that probably makes me more suited for, like, randomizers, which is part of why I've been doing a lot of randomizers over the last year. Because I have found they're just a great fit for me. But I wouldn't mind, you know, there is something appealing about, like, getting on a world, getting on, like, a leaderboard, right? Getting on a leaderboard and, like, you know, just having your name be there forever. That is, I think, a really neat thing to think about, and one that, wouldn't be opposed to giving it a try. One thing that I've been wondering, one thing I was thinking about the other day, how hard are the glitches in Ocarina that let you just go to Ganondorf, like, right away? And, let's say the beginner version of that. Let's not say the one that's like, where you take a picture of, like, a pixel and you use that to set a wrong warp. No, what about the ones where you just do a Ganondorf warp and, you know, go directly from Goma at the start of the game to Ganondorf's tower? Like, you learn that one clip, right? That one frame-perfect, kind of difficult trick, and you can finish Ocarina in, like, a half hour casually. You know, or, you know, just as a beginner, right? I think I saw people... I googled, and I saw people saying, like, yeah, you go defeat Ganondorf, no SRM, or something like that. I'm not sure if those are what it's called, SRM. And you should be able to do that in, like, a half hour, you know, after learning for a while, if you can get the tricks down. Which does sound appealing. Like, imagine being able to say that you beat Ocarina in a half hour. Like, that alone is just, like, some bragging points, you know, a fun thing to bring up and a fun thing to think about. I wonder how hard that would be. That is my thought right now. I also wouldn't mind doing Paper Mario. I love Paper Mario. I love the routing that is involved in Paper Mario. The only thing about Paper Mario I would think is that I don't really want to do, like, a speedrun that would be, like, 4 hours or so. That's probably too much for me. I would probably want a nice short one, like an hour or two. Or like 30 minutes, maybe. Something improvisational would be nice. Alright, let's do this. Round 2 of this fucker. Put on the moon. Oh, what? You get the... I forgot you get the... You get the hammer, bro. That's great. I love the hammer, bro. Oh, man, this is awesome. I just get to fuck him up. I don't have to worry about countering. It's not hard. It's just... Yo, fuck you. This must be even easier than normal. Alright, there's a free hit. Perfect. Nice. Very good. See if we can get a third free hit. Lovely. Damn it. Ah, well. I think I did that last stream as well. Missed a third hit because I just jumped the gun there. Didn't know he was about to spin. I should have done on account of I made the same mistake last night, or last week. Last Tuesday, a week ago, but sometimes I don't remember things. So it makes sense I wouldn't. Nice that they made it possible to do this. Boom! Fuck you, dude! I had one more card, don't worry about it. Do it next time. It was more of a throwaway anyway. Well then. That was pretty cool. That was pretty great. We beat Darker Side. Whoa! He's the king! Look at that silly outfit. I forgot about that one. I don't think it's as good as N64 Mario, but go figure. At the rate we have been getting moons, 230 is probably too many for a single stream. I reckon next time we won't get to Darker Side, but maybe the stream after that. Maybe the stream after that we'll get there. Whoops. I don't know why I'm traveling. I don't know why I'm traveling here at the end. Yes, I know there's a moon rock on the moon. It's, where else would it be? How about we return to Mushroom Kingdom real fast, and we'll just leave off here again. I don't know. We're gonna be doing next time we'll start the loop but backwards, going through each world in turn, reverse style, and you know, hopefully we'll collect enough moons to go around the thing next time. Or the time after, and then we'll turn it in to go to Darker Side, and it'll be even bigger of a turn-in. Or maybe next time we'll focus on the moons that aren't on the map, aren't on the cycle. I don't think I can get 230 moons from the ones that aren't on the cycle, aren't on the loop. I don't really know that it makes sense to, like, delay doing the loop until, like, oh, we can do it, everything in the game on one single go-around and do, like, 500 moons at once. I don't know that's gonna happen, but maybe we can get 230 next time. Home sweet home. Well, I think that's gonna do it for tonight. Let me pop up the old schedule. 2 streams a week for sure is the schedule, but also I have had a lot of ideas for streams recently, so been slipping in some extra ones. Thursday, I'm gonna do this Thursday specifically, around 8 p.m. Central. I'm gonna do a little N64 online. Check out Iggy's fucking Balls, whatever the fuck that game is called, and Extreme G. check out those 2 games. Maybe I'll play something. I don't know. We'll see where the night takes us. I know that there are other games that were just added to like SNES Online and some of the other ones. Maybe we'll poke in and look at those as well, but just like real quick. But I don't expect that stream to last more than like 1 or 2 hours. And I think that'd be nice. Friday around 6 p.m. will be viewer levels. That's my, normal main event. Everyone comes and watches that pretty often, like as you well know, as the folks well know. And I'll be back next Tuesday with more of this, doing it what I said earlier. Going around the loop but backwards, and really doing some Sand Kingdom, some Metro Kingdom, Lake Kingdom. What were the other 2? Wooded Kingdom, Luncheon Kingdom. Those 5 will be like the main event next time, I reckon. And maybe we'll continue on and just like continue collecting more in the ones we've done today. And then probably, I don't know, can we find something really climactic to end on? Like a really big challenge? I don't know where I would find such a thing. I guess we could do some refights next time. Like, I don't know if these refights in this world give power moons, but if they do, we absolutely need to do them, and I will go do them maybe at the end of next stream. Some like, portrait refights. That sounds like a perfectly good place to end next stream. I don't know why I'm planning the next stream in the middle of this stream, but that's just how I do sometimes. Think about where we'll be at the end of the next thing, and go from there. It occurs to me that you might be able to go through the Princess Peach in, like, mosaic in the background. Remind me next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central, Mosaic Princess Peach, ? Okay. I'll remember to look at that and see if that's a thing before we... It's probably not a thing. Anyway, that's gonna do it for tonight. Let me go ahead and do a raid for the Twitch folks. Send them somewhere good. Let me see who's online. Doop doop doop. Some people are online. It is a Tuesday. Let's see now. BL Raven Wizard sometimes watches the channel. Is doing Super Princess Peach. Sure, why not? That game is not very good. It is like a 3 out of 5 derogatory style. I think it's more like a 2 out of 5 mistake territory, but sure, why not? I'll send you there. That seems like a plan. Thanks for coming by, watching along. Folks who came by and watched along, wherever about you watched. I'll be back on Thursday with a little N64 online, checking out those new games, and maybe something else, I don't know. Those 2 specific games and maybe more, who will see. I'll go where my, we'll see where the night takes us. Viewer levels on Friday, and if you're looking for more Mario Odyssey, it'll be next Tuesday, same time as tonight. Let me open this stream here and get ready to send. Alright. Okay, I'm ready to stop the stream now. I always have to do some stuff on my stream deck because I don't want to hit a button that ends the stream automatically. You understand. See you on Thursday, then Friday, then Tuesday again, in that order. Bye!